Good morning, everyone. We are now live at City Hall. We have the capital budget today, so staff presentations, including tax assessment that was deferred from Tuesday. As soon as we have quorum, I will flip the audio live. Good morning, everyone. Once again, we are awaiting quorum here at City Hall. As soon as quorum is reached, the audio will go live as the meeting will begin. At present, we have 6 councilors here, including the mayor. We need 9 for quorum. And just a reminder that on YouTube, it defaults the video settings to whatever best works for your bandwidth. If you'd like to see it in HD, you need to go down the bottom of your YouTube, bottom right. There's a little wheel there, gear. Click that, switch to HD. That'll enable you to better see the presentations overhead. presently at 8 councillors, and we now have 9 councillors, so we have quorum, and the meeting will begin. Flipping on main audio.
Presentation, and of course, after the capital budget presentation, depending on what the committee wants to do with the recommendation, we will then adjourn that portion of GIC capital, and we will immediately move into GIC, the one that was recessed from Tuesday, for the presentation on tax appeals and the 2 reports on tax appeal and assessment. Now, members of the committee, once again, thank you all of you who are hanging in there this week on Tuesday and today. We're down already 5 to begin the meeting due to representation of the town and or some medical issues. So we're down to 11 to begin with. Hang in there with me. Hopefully by noon, 1, 2 o'clock latest, let's hope we can get done. Madam Clerk, Carolyn, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of the committee. There are no changes to the agenda today.
Wonderful. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Hearing none. Staff presentations. Acting General Manager Mike Zagaric, please present us the 14 tax-supported capital budget. This is the 3-inch document that hopefully all of you got a couple of days ago. And Mike will do the presentation as always. Any slide presentation on the particular slide if there's clarification questions. Otherwise, I'll put you on the speakers list for at the end of the presentation. Mike, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And apparently the Deputy Mayor set a target time for noon or 1 o'clock, so I'll try to work quickly through today's presentation. You can see that we have a number of staff here today. I just want to recognize and thank staff for all their effort in compiling the 2014 capital budget. You'll see, and you should have received on Friday, 2 capital budget books as well as a staff report. You would have received the summary book as well as the large detailed capital budget book, book 2. So again, I just wanted to thank staff in general in terms of all their effort in compiling the detailed information. And I want to thank my staff, Brian McMullen, Joe Speiler, and Joe's staff in terms of compiling both budget books and the staff reports and all their efforts in assisting me in today's presentation. In terms of the capital budget process, it was initiated over the summer. Staff would have met with each of the councillors through one-on-one sessions, presented a preliminary budget, and reviewed a number of project lists relating to ward-specific projects. In addition, we had 2 capital budget GICs, one in September and one in October. And again, I just want to thank Brian McMullen for covering off the October 18th capital budget presentation while I was away. In September, we also had a capital bus tour. And so today represents the next check-in in terms of the capital budget, our November 28th General Issues Committee. We are targeting a council approval of the capital budget on December 11th in order to make the budget effective January 1st of 2014. In terms of the capital budget objectives, this is unchanged from previous presentations. It is a comprehensive process, as I've just described. The capital budget is aligned to the strategic plan. The capital budget speaks to sustainable services, as well as a number of strategic projects in order to grow our assessment base and economic activity in the community. In terms of councillor feedbacks, in addition to the one-on-one sessions, again, we had a number of GICs dedicated to the capital budget, as well as the bus tour. And balance of the funding in terms of the capital budget is related to existing assets, and again, a limited number of projects related to trying to grow our assessment base and economic activity in the community. In terms of objectives, continuing on represents an effort to address and support our assets, provides a level of support towards municipal investment readiness and economic development activity, and finally, the 10-year capital budget continues to assume a 0.5% capital levy in each of the next 10 years. That 0.5% in each of the next 10 years translates into an additional $198 million in funding in our 10-year forecast. You'll see that our current forecast for 2014, assuming a 0.5% capital levy increase, brings us to $288 million. And you'll see that that matches our highest level of capital investment since 2010. In September, we were forecasting a 2014 capital budget of $250 million. And you can see that that forecast has now increased to $288 million. A portion of that increase, you can see, is related to some additional reserves, as well as some additional funding with respect to development charges as well.
Okay, on this slide, Councillor Farr.
Just through you, Mike, which one's reserve and other internal and which one's development charges? Just based on the color coding, I can't tell.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the fourth bar from the top is reserves and other internal. And I'm sorry, the second bar, sorry, the councillor, which was the other one that you're asking about?
Development charges. Which one's development charges? Which one's reserves?
The development charges is the $34 million, and the reserves and other internal is $110 million. Just through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of, and I'll speak to it later in the presentation, in terms of reserves and other internal, I just want to remind councillors a number of the capital projects are funded from dedicated reserves, whether it's fleet, for instance, or some of our first responder projects, fire, EMS, there are dedicated reserves, and so that funding would be captured under the reserves and other internal charges. As well, under other internal charges, any WIP transfers, any closing of previously approved capital projects would be captured in that $110 million figure.
Okay, Councillor Farr. Thank you. Carry on, Mike.
So in terms of the period 2009 to 2014, as I mentioned previously, 2014's $288 million gross budget. That matches 2010. But what you'll see in this breakdown of the funding sources, that in 2010, the City of Hamilton, as well as other communities across Ontario and Canada, were the recipients of significant subsidy dollars through stimulus and the RINC and REC programs. So as a result of the recession, there was a significant effort to try to invest in infrastructure and create economic activity. So in 2010, you can see that those funding sources contributed to that gross figure of $288 million. So you can see in 2014, that level of funding from senior levels of government is much smaller. And in fact, in 2014, a significant portion of that funding is related to the stadium. And so again, it represents funding from HostCo as well as the, I believe, $22.5 million grant from the province of Ontario. So I just want to identify that, again, while we are matching our previous high of $288 million, the sources of funding vary significantly between these two periods. I also want to identify this bottom bar, and that is our contribution from operating. The decisions by council to continue to grow the capital levy by 0.5% in each of the years, 2011 to 2014, is providing that capacity, that flexibility to continue to invest in capital, maintaining our infrastructure, as well as making some investments towards strategic initiatives to try to grow our economic activity. So again, while the 5-year average, our gross budget is $242 million, our current forecast for 2014 is $288 million. Slide number 8 breaks down that funding by program areas. You'll see that roads represents the largest piece of the pie at approximately 34%. Other areas such as parks, transit facilities, the Pan Am Games for 2014 is significant, as is downtown and waterfront investments. Breaking down that 288, you'll see that we've made an effort to try to highlight some of the larger investments. Roads, is just short of $99 million gross funding. Pan Am is $69.1 million, and you'll see that $57 million of that $69 million is made up of host co-funding as well as provincial subsidy of $22.5 million. Transit's 15.8. The Pan Am Precinct, which represents 2 projects, the replacement of the Parkland and sports field, and $3 million towards the Seniors Rec Community Centre in 2014, represents a total of $11 million. Recreation facilities gross is $7.7 million. West Harbour Development, $7.7. Vehicle replacement, $5.4. Corporate facility investments is $5.4, excluding POA, which is an additional $3 million earmarked in 2014. Confederation Park, $3.9 million. Parkland Acquisition, we've earmarked $3.5 million for Parkland Acquisition. Pan Am Precinct, $3 million. Lodges, $1.7. Our downtown investments, $2.6, as well as investments in City Housing Hamilton and social housing or housing services. Again, POA $3 million has been earmarked in 2014, recognizing that staff were directed to report back with some additional information as it relates to that accommodations issue. In our, at the October 18th workshop, Council directed staff to identify some areas where additional investments could be made if Council were to consider a 1% capital levy increase. So staff have identified continued investments towards existing infrastructure, recognizing that we have an annual deficit of approximately $195 million, would be one area for consideration, as well as funding towards strategic initiatives through Council's Strategic Capital Reserve, as well as Parkland Acquisition and West Harbour Developments are areas for committee's consideration. Again, if committee were to consider a 1% capital levy increase, which represents $7.2 million. The slide number 12 breaks down the block funding for 2014, and you'll see that comparing 2014 to 2013, there are not a lot of differences in the program areas funding, gross and net. There are a few areas where there are some incremental additional funding. In terms of the block funding, there's some additional investments in public health. Public health in 2013 was $74,000. It is increasing to $555,000 gross, $385,000 net. Beyond block funding, you'll see boards and agencies. There is an increase in boards and agencies in 2014 relative to 2013, and that increase relates to Hamilton Police Services. There's $430,000 of capital requests in Hamilton Police Services outside of their reserve funding, and this is the first time that Hamilton Police Services capital projects have fallen within the discretionary capital budget envelope. Other areas of incremental funding in 2014 relative to 2013 include Parkland Acquisition. In 2013, we earmarked $1.5 million for Parkland Acquisition. The recommendations before you today assume $3.5 million to be earmarked for Parkland Acquisitions in 2014. So again, those are some areas where the 0.5% capital levy increase is leveraging some additional funding for specific programs. So again, in total, the 2014 gross capital budget is just short of $289 million, of which $97.5 million is net levy or discretionary funding. In terms of roads, well, we tend to focus on the $48.5 million in roads funding. It's important to note that total roads funding is assumed at just short of $99 million in gross capital funding. And you'll see that over the past 5 years, Council has approved significant funding towards the infrastructure deficit in roads. In 2010, Council approved gross funding of $79 million. In 2011, $77 million, 12, $75 million in gross capital funding. Last year, 2013, or this year, 2013, just short of $103 million. And the 2014 capital budget assumes gross capital funding of just short of $99 million. When we net off the funding related to supporting growth, that top bar represents the development funding. The balance represents funding for our existing roads and bridges. And that funding over the last 5 years, including 2014, represents approximately $343 million in gross capital funding towards our roads and bridges. So I just wanted to highlight, while we focus very much on that figure in terms of the discretionary, that Council is approving significant funds towards dealing with our roads infrastructure deficit. In terms of breaking down the $98.75 million in gross funding, you can see the breakdown across the various roads programs: replacement program, urban rehabilitation, rural rehabilitation, bridges and structures, O&M studies, traffic engineering, as well as council priority projects, total growth. So again, last year, the total for roads gross was just short of $103 million. This year, it's just short of $99 million. Net of growth-related projects last year, Council approved just short of $78 million. And in 2014, our forecast is just short of $75 million in roads funding, roads and bridges funding towards our existing infrastructure. There are a number of projects that aren't included in our funding forecast, and you've seen these projects in previous presentations, including Parkland development initiatives, and there's a small list of projects falling under Parkland development initiatives: Battlefield Park, Interpretive Center, the Police Investigative Building, additional West Harbour development ready strategy. There's some additional funding that is outside of our funding envelope in our 10-year forecast. LRT remains an unknown, and it's not included in our 10-year capital forecast. Gage Park Children's Museum, and some additional pressures around unknowns related to Parkland Acquisition continue not to be reflected outside of the funding that's been earmarked, for example, in Parkland Acquisition. For 2014, slide 7 breaks down how the 2014 capital budget is being funded. And you can see that, again, reserves and other internal sources represent approximately $110 million. Subsidy and other revenue, that subsidy, again, would represent, for the most part, HOSCO and the province's subsidy towards the stadium. Transfers from operating. And again, each year that Council approves a 0.5% capital levy increase, that portion of the pie continues to increase. And that is the municipality source of revenues towards a capital program. Federal gas tax remains relatively unchanged at $31 million. You would have heard me in previous presentations speak to the formula. The formula in terms of the allocation of federal gas tax, the city loses some of the allocation based on population, but we're kept whole based on the indexing of the federal gas tax. So again, it remains relatively unchanged at approximately $31 million or 11%. And with respect to our growth-related projects, there's approximately $34 million in DCs, or 12% of the total $288 million. In terms of our 10-year forecast, again, you'll see that roads, in terms of programs, is earmarked to receive the most funding at approximately 38% of the $1.9 million. again, followed closely by facilities, transit, parks, and strategic initiatives in waterfront. The distribution's not significantly different from 2014's, and so again, you can see just based on the 10-year forecast, the fact that it's not significantly different from 2014. The 10-year forecast is dealing principally with our infrastructure deficit, investing funds into our existing infrastructure, which limits our capacity to fund other strategic initiatives through our capital budget process, exclusive of any subsidy funding from senior levels of government. In terms of the funding, again, you can see that reserves and other internal represent approximately 26%, DC's 15%, transfer from operating 34%, subsidy other revenues 5%, and external debt representing 4%. In terms of the gross capital forecast, you'll see that while we're matching our previous high in terms of gross capital investment, we're forecasting that our capital funding envelope will continue to decrease starting in 2015 from $288 million to $220 million, a further decrease in 2016, and then slight increase in 17 and some further declines in the years following 2017. What you'll see in this slide is it relates in part to the forecast in slide number 20. I just want to highlight a couple areas that are affecting our 10-year forecast. In 2013, we were able to direct approximately $7 million in surplus, year-end surplus towards our capital funding. And so that year-end surplus would have related to, I believe, 2011. In 2012, because of some pressures that we had with respect to reassessment appeals, we're able to only direct approximately $2 million of our capital financing, our capital financing surplus to our 2014 capital budget. When we present our 2013 year-end, assuming we have a surplus position, we will have to consider directing more of the surplus, more of the debt financing surplus towards our capital budget, assuming that we are able to do so, again, assuming that we don't face similar pressures as we did in 2012 surrounding assessment as well as our reliance on reserves. In 2012, we were able to reduce our reliance on reserves by approximately $8 million, specifically our tax stabilization reserve, as a result of a year-end surplus in 2012. Hydro dividends, we continue to assume $2 million in hydro dividends. We owe a report back to committee with respect to the hydro dividends. We are working with Hamilton Utilities Corporation as well. Staff are compiling information from other municipalities in Ontario as it relates to their dividend policy with their local distribution corporations. So in 2014, we will report back with a report as it relates to the dividend policy that we have with Hamilton Utilities and the level of funding that we receive through our local distribution company. Again, federal gas tax, you can see, is broken down between roads and transit. Approximately $3 million is now going towards transit. That started when the province of Ontario withdrew from funding from the Ontario Bus Replacement Program. We received $3.7 million in funding through that program. When the province withdrew from that program, the city continued to support the bus replacement in part from the federal gas tax, as well as $700,000 from the capital levy. So again, you can see that a few areas are contributing to the declining forecast in our 10-year capital program. Another area that we were able to leverage funding from was 2014 represents the last year of reliance on Hamilton Future Fund. Council had previously approved $100 million of funding, internal funding from Hamilton Future Fund to be repaid to the Hamilton Future Fund to support our capital program. 2014 represents the last year of that $100 million commitment, so we're reflecting just short of $3.3 million in Hamilton Future Fund funding. So again, the lack of that funding source is contributing to the decline, as well as there was some favorable tendering as it relates to roads that allowed us to maintain the discretionary roads at the previous council-directed level. Again, we benefit in 2013 and again in 2014, and again the surplus funding from our year-end position. So the fact that we can no longer rely on the future fund for the capital program, and we aren't forecasting any favorable tendering results in our roads, those are some factors that are contributing to the decline in our capital forecast, 10-year forecast. Slide number 22 breaks down our discretionary funding forecast for 2014 relative to 2013, as well as provides a forecast for 2015, 16, 17, 18. The one area that I want to highlight, and I apologize, it's hard to read from the slide, is the second bottom row here. You'll see in 2014 we have $872,000 that is unallocated. So that is $872,000 of funding that's available for committee's consideration towards any capital priorities that aren't funded in our 2014 forecast. But what is more concerning in this forecast is staff have tried to maintain the block funding in the years 15, 16, 17, and 18, similar to the previous years. And we've tried to maintain the level of discretionary funding for other projects in each of these years, similar to 2014 and 13. But given our financing forecasts for the years 15, 16, 17, and 18, what you see is we lack approximately $10.3 million in funding in 2015 to maintain the same levels of funding for the programs that we provided in 14 and 13. In 2016, again, the shortfall is an additional $10 million. In 2017, the shortfall is approximately $2.8 million. And so we are facing challenges in 2015, 16, and 17. When we present our 2013 year-end report, we'll have to look at if there's any available surplus to be directed to future capital programs. We'll have to work towards reviewing our works in progress to see if there's any capital funding available in previously approved capital projects to be reallocated, appropriated to future years. As well, this really highlights the need for additional programs and subsidy from senior levels of government, not necessarily to increase our funding levels, but try to maintain our existing funding levels so that we can try to maintain our infrastructure and not have the infrastructure deficit increase. We've made some progress in terms of our infrastructure deficit, trying to maintain it at approximately $195 million. If we can't find funding and our funding envelopes continue to decrease in 15, 16, and 17, that may lead to that infrastructure deficit number increasing in the near future.
Mike, I just want to say for members of committee who are squinting their eyes like me, there's actually a large version of slide 22 at the end of Mike's handout here if you turn to it so you could follow it better. Carry on, Mike. I just want to make committee aware of that. Carry on, Mike. Thank you.
So in terms of, as I mentioned previously, in our forecast, 10-year forecast, we've tried to maintain some of council's direction. For instance, you'll see in each of the years of 15 through 18 roads, we're identifying at $48.5 million. And you'll see in terms of our discretionary budget, we're trying to maintain funding in our corporate facilities, rec facilities, our parks, social housing, at the same time as we're trying to provide some level of funding towards some strategic initiatives, whether it's council strategic capital or economic development, and again around Randall Reef, or around economic development again. So the message in terms of this slide really is we have problems in terms of our financing strategy in 2015, 2016, and 2017, and those pressures represent approximately $23 million in funding pressures over that time period. One funding source we've relied on in previous years with respect to our capital program is our unallocated capital reserve. So again, we have approximately $23 million of funding pressures over this period, 2015 to 2017. And unfortunately, our unallocated capital reserve, which we've relied on towards our capital program, does not have the capacity to provide that funding over that same period. You can see again the forecast or the trend in terms of this reserve. We had approximately just short of $33 million in 2011, and our forecast for 2014 is 8.4. There is a $2 million commitment from this reserve in 2015, so we know it will decrease to 6.4 in 2015, and there's some additional marginal commitments beyond 2015 from this reserve. So again, I just wanted to highlight our lack of financial flexibility with respect to our capital program as we're facing some decreased funding in our forecast. Our reserves are not in a state that we can rely on those reserves to offset, to see us through those 3 years.
Mike, can you go back to slide 22? Councillor Partridge has a question just for clarification on this slide. Councillor Partridge?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So Mike, on this particular slide, at the very bottom, when you look at the unallocated and you're showing the deficit that's going to be from 2015 to 2018, is that taking into consideration any federal, provincial funding that might be available? Are we assuming when those figures are up there that there is no funding available and we may have that opportunity? Could you just expand on that a little bit, please?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the only assumptions we've made with respect to federal or provincial funding as it relates to our tax capital budget is the $31 million in federal funding, gas tax funding, and the $10 million in provincial gas tax funding. So that $41 million is assumed as a funding source towards our capital project. Beyond those knowns, we have made no assumptions with respect to any additional or incremental potential funding from the provincial or federal government. I don't want to switch all the way back, but you'll recall from the historical slide in terms of our capital program, in 2010 we received stimulus funding. In 2009, the City of Hamilton received $48 million in provincial funding. The province at that time approved the Investing in Ontario Act, which requires the province, whenever they have a surplus beyond a certain value, to share that funding with municipalities. So in 2009, we benefited. We received approximately $48 million in provincial funding, which helped our gross capital budget in 2009. So again, in terms of our 10-year forecast, our only assumptions relate to the federal gas tax and provincial gas tax going forward, as well as in 2015 some small level of funding towards the stadium. That project is cash flowed. So again, our assumptions around the stadium are the commitments both from HostCo as well as the provincial commitment of $20 million. And we're reflecting $22.5 million because that $20 million is generating some investment income that helps provide some additional funding.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Mr. Mayor, a clarification on this slide?
Yes, on the West Harbour, the numbers show 3.458. On the worksheets in the big book on page 218, it shows the West Harbour Waterfront Strategic Initiatives total expenses through 2023 as $123,655,000. There's in 2016 it shows construction costs of $17 million, in 2017 of $19 million, and so on. So are we dealing with a phase-in that's discretionary year by year, or are we kicking off a $123 million financial plan through 2023?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and I'm not sure if staff want to speak to the specific projects. The Mayor is correct in terms of the detail sheets on page 218 of your book 2. The gross funding for 2014 is just short of $7.7 million for waterfront. The net, as the Mayor's pointed out, for 2014 is just short of $3.5 million. The difference between that $7.7 million and the $3.5 million, there's approximately $2.8 million coming from development charges, as well as $1.4 million coming from reserves. So in 2014, the commitment is $7.7 million gross. The net levy request is just short of $3.5 million. In terms of the 10-year forecast, this is one of those projects that are not funded in total in terms of the 10-year forecast. I believe the shortfall in funding, the Mayor points out that the total expenditures is identified as $123.7 million. I believe there's about $35 million, $36 million of unfunded waterfront expenditures in terms of our forecast. This will be one of those projects, again, that are in terms of the 2014 project for Council to consider in 14 and to consider the 10-year forecast in principle. And again, in terms of the breakdown of that $124 million, I'm not sure if Public Works can speak to the specific projects for 2014 and going forward in the 10-year forecast.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking is, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is some projects, I mean, we showed, for instance, the Centennial Railway Bridge project as $5 million, say, in the 2013 budget and 4.7 in 2014, but the 4.7 had to go through because you couldn't finish tendering the project if you didn't have that money. So in terms of clarity, we just need to know, are we approving funding that will lead to inevitable future funding requirements, or is it discretionary throughout the phase-in period?
So, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and again, staff can jump in. I believe it is discretion. There are specific projects in 2014 in each of the years, and to the Mayor's point in terms of multi-year projects, I do have a slide for committee's information. Perfect. Where we've tried to highlight multi-year projects so you're aware of any commitment in 2014 that may require your consideration for additional funding commitments beyond 2014. So again, later in my presentation, I have that slide that highlights some of those projects.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Now, Councillor Pursuit and Clark, on this slide, I'm hoping it's not generating debate. It's for clarity, because debate can be right after the whole presentation is done. So, Councillor Pursuit, clarity again on this slide, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Jackson. Through you to Mike. Mike, on this slide here, waste management, and we've got 2013 approved and 2014 at $4,378,000, and then 2015 $5,263,000, and then it drops all the way back down to $2,393,000, then shoots way up to 6.9. Can you explain that in there, why it drops and shoots way back up, please? Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it is related to specific projects. So in your detail book, again, in terms of the waste management, you'll see, and we can, if required, staff can sit down with the councillors to identify the various projects in terms of the 10-year forecast that drive. So it could be a major facility in a future year that requires a higher level of capital investment, and then after that particular year, it could be towards fleet or other maintenance related investments. So again, in terms of waste management, there is a 10-year forecast in terms of those projects in detail book 2, and we can go through those detail sheets with the councillor if he would like.
Thank you, Mike, and Mr. Deputy Mayor. There's a lot of reading here to do, and I think we need to take time to read this. We're asking questions that maybe we could pick up if we went through the information here. So thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Councillor Pursuit. And Councillor Clark, on slide 22 as well, please.
Thank you, sir. My question is specific to multi-year funding and with regards to the approvals for those out years that we haven't dealt with. So I understand Mr. Zagaric has a slide on multi-year funding
Yes.
coming. So if you can just put me on the list for that section.
Fine,
and then
thank
we
you,
won't-
Councillor Clark. Okay, carry on, Mike, please. You were at 23, I believe. Yes, I think you had just finished that.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, again, we just wanted to highlight some of our capacity in terms of reserve funding as it relates to our capital forecast going forward, or in this case, the lack of financial capacity going forward with respect to our unallocated capital reserve. Multi-year projects, so that's perfect timing. Committee's just asked in terms of projects where there's an initial investment in 2014 with some future investments beyond 2014. Again, POA accommodations, this was a report that committee received last week. It was referred back to staff. We've earmarked $3 million in 2014 for the POA accommodations with future commitments of approximately $29 million. McMaster Health Campus, again, $9 million in 2014 with an additional commitment beyond 2014 of $1 million. Randall Reef, the financing plan calls for $300,000 annually. And so again, $300,000 been identified in 2014, an additional $2.4 million in future years. And I won't go down this list. The stadium precinct, again, a number of projects. So stadium precinct's a perfect example of a project where, because of our financing capacity, we're having to cash flow some large projects. We're having to spread out the financing commitment over a number of years in order to provide funding to our other program areas. Otherwise, we would have to claw back funding in block funding as well as discretionary funding. So what you'll see in a number of projects is, and you'll see waterfront again at $7.7 million, Confederation Park at just short of $4 million gross, zero net in 2013. But again, you can see that these strategic initiatives, these large initiatives, we are being forced to cash flow that funding. So in terms of council's decision-making today, your decision-making is around projects in 2014 for your consideration. And with respect to the future years, council will be considering those in principle. And each and every year, those projects will come back for council's consideration. But for your benefit, what we've tried to do is compile a list of projects that have some level of initial investment in 2014 with potential funding requests coming forward in the next 10 years.
Mike, Councillor Clark asked to specifically ask a question now on the multi-year slide. Councillor Clark, or at the end of the presentation?
I think it'll be better at the end of the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Clark. I've got you on the list after Councillor Collins. Carry on, Mike, please.
Our debt has been a discussion point with committee over this week and last week. You can see our tax-supported debt is forecast to peak in 2014 at $398 million. And we've broken that down between, our tax-supported and our DC-supported. Our tax-supported in that same year is set to peak at $332 million, and our DC supported represents $66 million. What you'll see here is a declining trend in debt as it relates to our tax-supported budget. And so that is a positive. Earlier this week, I was asked, how did Windsor in part achieve some of their tax increases? Windsor has been moving towards a lower reliance on debt, and they have been moving towards what's referred to as a pay-as-you-go source of capital funding, meaning if you have revenue this year towards capital, that's the level of capital investment you make in year. And so they aren't borrowing. They're trying to reduce those debt financing costs as a way of trying to maintain lower than inflationary tax increases. So again, while the tax supportive forecast is favorable, and while you can see that our 2014 forecast is just slightly higher than our forecast was in 2013. And part of that is related to POA. You may recall in the POA reports, we had to make some assumptions, I believe, was $17 million in additional debt for our POA facility. So that one project in part is contributing to a higher level of tax-supported debt. So again, you can see that in 2013, we're forecasting slightly lower debt levels. In 2014, we're still trending down in terms of tax-supported debt. Again, favorable. Our challenge is when you layer the tax with a rate-supported debt is we're not seeing that same trend. While it is decreasing, starting in 2019, our total debt is not decreasing at the same pace as our tax-supported, in part because our rate-supported. So again, over the past few weeks, Council has highlighted our debt and the fact that Council has just approved a debt limit policy. And just before I get to that line and describe that debt limit policy relative to our debt forecast, I just want to speak to the provincial regulation around debt. So the province sets municipalities' debt levels in the Municipal Act, and it's based on your revenues, and it's referred to the annual repayment limit. So in the case of the City of Hamilton, our current debt limit, as per the Municipal Act, is approximately $286 million in debt charges. Those are just our debt charge, not our debt limit, but the amount of funding we could provide each and every year to fund our debt. So you may want to consider that value relative to our, for instance, our tax-supported budget. Our tax-supported budget forecast for 2014 is approximately $750 million. If we were putting approximately $286 million of our funding towards debt, that would mean we would no longer be able to provide a number of our programs and services. So I just want to highlight, because this is one measure that we do consider in our debt policy, but for a municipality like Hamilton, that's a unreasonable measure in terms of trying to align your debt to. For some municipalities that are growing exponentially, York, for instance, they're butting up to that annual repayment limit because they're having to service all the growth that they're incurring. And so there's a unique situation where, because of their growth trends, they have a restraint as it relates to that limit. But other municipalities, such as the City of Hamilton, if our debt levels were approaching that regulation, we would have to withdraw from a number of our programs and services. So as staff developed our debt policy, we looked at some ratios that, for instance, Standard & Poor's considers when they undertake their review annually, as well as we looked across other municipalities in Ontario. So you may recall when Council approved your debt policy, we set our tax and rate-supported debt at 60% of own source revenues, and on our DC, we set it at 25% of eligible costs. So that translates, based on 2013, that would mean our total debt would be capped at approximately $1.25 million, or $1 billion, sorry. And I won't get ahead of our rate budget presentation. You'll see in our rate budget presentation, you may recall last year our debt was forecast at $1.022 billion. So our current forecast, this is favorable in the sense that it's declining below last year's. It's below Council's approved debt policy limit, and in part the reason that it is below that limit and it's lower than last year's is the federal commitment of $100 million towards a wastewater treatment plant. That is one commitment that is providing some relief in terms of our total debt. And when staff present the rate budget next week, you'll hear some additional measures that staff are recommending to Council to further reduce our debt, and beyond the contribution of the $100 million, there are some additional considerations for Council that will allow us to further reduce our debt to the numbers that you're seeing here. So again, our total debt now is forecast at approximately $897 million, favorable from last year's forecast at just over $1 billion. So that's a good news in terms of our debt. But again, I just want to remind committee that while our tax-supported debt is forecast to decline dramatically, when we layer our rate-supported debt onto it, we don't have that same level of decline. And so something that we need to continue to monitor, and now that Council's approved a debt policy, we'll continue to report annually in terms of our debt and forecast debt relative to that debt policy. In terms of our total outstanding debt, again, you'll see that last year we were forecasting our debt to exceed $1 billion in 15 and 16 and start declining. And then again, you can see in our 2014 forecast, we're no longer forecasting debt at that $1 billion mark, and we're still seeing that same level of decline. And again, the positive news is that we've mitigated approximately $130 million in potential debts relative to last year's forecast. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's the end of my presentation. And again, staff are available here if there are any questions related to the detail sheets, or I'm available to answer any questions as it relates to the presentation.
Mike, as always, a thorough and well-explained presentation. I've got now a speakers list for questions and or comments of Mike. Let's start with Council. I've got Collins, Clark, Partridge, McCaddy, and Whitehead. Councillor Collins, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and through you to Mike. Mike, the 0.5% versus the percent on the levy scenario, just going through the book and looking at where we are with, if I use area rating as an example, those funds at the beginning of this turn have never been anticipated, at least through the capital budget process. I think everyone envisioned at some point in time as we phased out area rating that we'd see a corresponding reduction in the old City of Hamilton on the levy. And with the deal that was struck and agreed to by everyone around this table, it was reinvested, those savings then were reinvested into area rating. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to look at substituting at least the 0.5% on the levy this year through capital, knowing that the area rating is I don't want to call it a bonus to the capital budget system, but it certainly provides an infusion of capital dollars that were never anticipated. In fact, if this is the last year of the phase-in, I think it's $13 million of extra capital now if you count the wards 1 through 8 in terms of how much extra money will be included in the capital program. 13 million is almost a 1.5%. So it's well above that 0.5% that you are incorporating on the levy. So is there a way for us to live without that 0.5% on the levy, knowing that we have 1.5% through area rating? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so I just want to thank Councillor Collins for the question, because I meant to speak to the area rating as it relates to our forecast, and I'm sorry I didn't identify how area ratings reflected in our forecast. You'll see again in 2014, we're assuming $288 million in gross. Of that, in book 2, what you're going to see is a number of detail sheets around area ratings. They run from page 162 to page 172 of the book. In total, I believe it's $1.2 million of that 288 reflects area rating funding. So as the councillor points out, 2014 represents year 4, the final phase-in of the capital reinvestment to area rating, and that means now that area rating in total, that level of capital reinvestment available is $13.4 million. I believe $3.4 million for each of wards 1 through 8. So that means we've only captured $1.2 million of area rating funding in our forecast. That leaves an additional approximately $11 to $12 million of funding available. So to the councillor's question, we haven't made any assumptions in terms of that approximately $11 million. There are some projects in the capital budget that are being funded by area rating. They've been put forward from the councillors. If directed, we could review the list of projects and consider, as it relates to area boards 1 through 8, whether or not area rating may be a source of funding for those projects, alleviating the pressure on the capital levy. That would be one option. We haven't made any assumptions as it relates to that option, and we've only captured, again, approximately $1.2 million in funding.
Conversely, we could look at removing projects that are already in the book that to an amount representing $3.4 million.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's what I meant. So we could look at projects that are identified in 2014, and if an alternative funding source could be area rating, we could reduce the capital levy based on the level of funding coming from area rating. So again, we've only made an assumption with respect to 1.2, leaving a balance of approximately $11 million. And again, assuming council were to approve a 0.5% capital levy increase for 2014, and were to approve a number of area rated investments in 2014, I just want to highlight that $288 million will actually increase. So for instance, if the full $11 million were to be committed in 2014, we would be approaching $300 million in gross capital funding. But again, because we've only received approximately $1.2 million in requests, that's all we've reflected in our forecast.
And there's the dual benefit there, of course, is obviously we get extra capital, but if we're looking for the savings on the levy, 0.5% takes us from your previously referenced 2.9 to 2.4, which is a huge gain for us on the operating side of things. And I would anticipate understanding that although a lot of people haven't maybe submitted their 214 projects yet, I know I'm coming with a street to Public Works to get approval. It's in the $600,000 range. So as you suggested, as councillors start to submit their 14 projects, and many of them are not in the book right now, that 288 will certainly increase, providing the flexibility for us to take 0.5% out of the operating fund. So I put that on the table today, and I would seriously like to work with others around this table to find that $3.4 million worth of projects currently listed in the book to look at deferring them maybe to 215 and giving us that 0.5% flexibility. So that's my first question, and I appreciate the answer to that. The other questions that I would have, Mike, and it's a concern that I've raised in the past, and it's in relation to the number of projects that we have funded in the past that have yet to be started. And so when we receive this book and we go through it, we assume that most of the projects that have been vetted through each department, each division, and subsequently then through SMT and through your staff in finance, we assume that all of them are absolute priorities. And if you go through, unfortunately it's not included in our budget book, but if you go through the open, the WIP accounts that we receive variance reports through all standing committees through the calendar year. If you start to look at past years where we've made investments through the capital budget process, there are a number of areas within the organization that received funds in 2013 that have yet to even start those projects, and here we are almost in December, and we know we're going to lose a good portion of December to the holiday season, and so it's unlikely some of the statistics or the numbers that you've provided to me from finance, it's unlikely that many of these projects that are listed as not having been started are going to see any expenditures over the next month. And I just use some as an example. IT, I think, as I referenced to you privately, there's 6 projects from last year. We funded 6 IT projects, $1.5 million. That's a substantial amount. That's a good portion of the 0.5% levy we give every year. And of those 6, none of them have been started, and they're worth, as I said, about $1.5 million. Go on to waste. Waste has 9 projects from 2013 that haven't been started, representing $4 million. Again, that's a huge chunk of capital, knowing we have infrastructure deficits. And the downtown does receive a lot of funding every year, as it should. They're doing tremendous work, but they have 8 projects from last year that haven't drawn any money from those accounts, and there's $1.8 million sitting there. So, we're just in those 3 departments, and there are others. We're looking at 23 projects representing $7.5 million. And, you know, when we start to ask staff for projects that we're following for neighborhood groups and organizations that we're working with, and I'll use Gary Moore as an example and say, Gary, I can't believe that you're not responding to my community. And he says, Councillor, we only have so much funding, and you've appropriately pointed out that we've made substantial investments in roads. And I look at those other areas of the organization, and I'm not suggesting that roads should receive all of the money that we put through capital, although Gary might want to disagree with me. It's frustrating to know that we have these deficits in certain areas of the organization, and I look at, as time passes, we have all of these projects that have yet to be started, and I think if I could just rewind the clock back to this time last year, had we maybe asked the right questions or asked the right people, maybe we could have flushed out projects that weren't necessarily priorities. So how can council better deal with your staff and the divisional or departmental staff through all areas of the organization to end up in a situation where we don't have as many of them? They're going to happen. You know, if someone moves in the organization, someone goes on maternity leave, we may run into contamination issues with certain ones and they're put on hold. There may be some real estate issues. I understand those hiccups and hurdles, but you know, for me to reference those just off the top of my head, and those are just 213, there are literally dozens of them going back in time. It just seems like there is an inordinate amount of them on the list, and it makes our job certainly a whole lot more difficult to understand which ones are truly priorities and which ones are not. So I know it's a big question, and it's kind of a loaded one, but through you, Mr. Chairman, is there something that you and SMT can help us with to avoid this situation in the future, whether it's through 214 or beyond?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, let me first start in terms of the decisions that Council has made to try to deal with previously approved projects and trying to free up funding if their opportunity is there in order to deal with priorities today. So we do have a policy, a capital closing policy, and the policy is that projects that were approved 3 years prior or beyond 3 years, they're reviewed annually. They're reviewed by the general managers and the DMTs, as well they're reviewed by corporate services. And so, again, we go through that process internally to review all our previously approved capital projects and those that are in terms of an age, 3 years or greater. They are reviewed for potential closing, and if that opportunity is available and if funds are still available, those funds are appropriated and applied towards current priorities. Beyond that, in terms of that policy, the Council also approved a policy within that same policy whereby if a program area did not achieve a completion and commitment rate of 50% or greater, their annual projects are not to be considered. So the Council referred to it IT projects, previously approved projects. You'll see in your capital detail sheets, there is only one IT project being recommended for funding with a net impact of 0. And so within corporate services, our discussion was, given the fact that we have previously approved projects that we're continuing to work on, we were not putting forward any additional IT projects beyond that one project in 2014. So our completion rates, and we report through our closing report that Council referred to now, the WIP reports are going to the standing committees, and I just had staff pull up the history around our completion and commitment rates, because again, this is an issue that committee continuously asks for updates on, and it's appropriate to ask for updates. In 2003, our completion rate on all our capital projects was 67%. Our completion and commitment rates in that year, again, was 67%. It's improved to now 78%. If I went back to 2003, the report that the Council referred to, the WIP report, I'm guessing it was 4 times as long as it is today. There were a number of capital projects that continue to be on the books that were not closed out, and we've made some efforts to try to close those to clean up our WIP reports and close out those capital projects. What I want to highlight is to the council's point around trying to free up previously approved funding and put it towards in-year priorities or current priorities. Is in terms of reserves or other internal, and it was Councillor Farr who asked, I believe, with respect to this bar. What is captured in this bar in terms of funding is approximately $20 million in WIP funding. So it's not necessarily highlighted in the book, so I want to highlight it in the presentation. So there is $20 million of previously approved capital projects that are being recommended to be closed out and applied to 2014 capital projects. And so I have a list of those projects, and for instance, just in roads, there's approximately $12.5 million in roads, urban renewal, 100,000, waterfront 2.9, and so we can provide this list to committee, and going forward, what we'll try to do is reflect this in the capital budget book. So again, as part of the capital financing, what we'll do is try to capture those projects that are being considered for closing as part of the capital budget as it relates to the financing plan. So I just want to highlight that there is approximately $20 million in previously approved projects that are being recommended to be closed and applied to our 2014 financing plan. So again, as it relates to the issue around IT, we made the decision to defer any capital projects until 2015, with the exception of one. We have improved our reporting through our standing committees. Corporate Services works with all of the departments through our capital budget process to review those projects. We report back to SMT with some recommendations as to projects that could be closed out, and the funding could be appropriated as part of our capital budget, in this case for 2014.
Thanks for that, Mike. And I'd be the first one to suggest that you and your staff, and by extension, all departments have made substantial progress since 2003. And it's as a result, I think, of many of the questions that have come through the budget process that spurred those changes. Some of them were informal policies, and some of them, as you've suggested, have been adopted as formal policies to ensure that we don't end up with a long list of WIP accounts, if you want to call it that. The question that I would have, though, is that in light of those that I just referenced, and there are many others, there are clearly some that are still filtering through the budget process. And one of the downsides of living with a block system is that block funding system is that we're guaranteeing departments funding every year, and some of them may not have the capacity to complete or even start some of those projects. So knowing that we have so many that haven't been started, and here we are in almost December, is the question that we should be asking each department one in which will you be able to start, not finish, but even start all of those projects that you've listed as for consideration as part of the capital budget process? Is that the basic question that we need to ask? And it seems like such a simple question, but to find that some departments and divisions, clearly there are issues, maybe it's staffing issues, maybe it's a workload issue, but if they can't start them, we shouldn't be taxing for them, and maybe we should be reallocating those resources to areas that have, there's an infrastructure deficit in almost every area of the organization. So is that a fair question to ask those who have submitted?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I hope it's a fair question because it's a question that Corporate Services asks the various departments through the budget process. So I hope we're asking the departments fair questions in terms of their proposed projects relative to their previously approved projects. So we go through that exercise internally in terms of the requested projects. Corporate Services staff, our capital budget staff led by Joe Speiler, they review all our WIPs, and we ask the questions, can some of the WIPs be closed? And if there's available funding, so recognizing when a project's closed, the funding needs to go back to the original source of funding. So if it was a growth-related project, it goes to the development charge reserve. If it was a project funded from debt, the available funding goes to reduce future debt levels. If it's funding available or funded from capital levy, then it is available as a funding source for the upcoming year. So we go through those discussions internally in terms of our WIPs. We ask the questions, given that you have, for instance, IT, given that you have some previously approved projects that have low levels of commitments or activity, can we defer those projects in 2014. So if the councillor's question is, can we share some of that feedback? We can share some of that feedback. If there are some specific projects that committee would like us to review again with the departments, corporate services would be happy to lead that discussion again.
Yeah, and the dilemma for us is there are literally hundreds of projects listed in both past projects that have been approved and now that are currently in the book. For us to guess which ones may have sort of a, maybe one of those ones that aren't started in 2014 is a complete guess on our part. So we rely on the information that comes through you in your office and the departments to know that there's serious consideration given to starting this in the calendar year. I don't want to belabor the point, but I appreciate the information that Mike's given. Those are the questions that I have right now, and I may want to come back with a recommendation that seeks to address the 0.5% on the levy issue that I referenced in my first question.
Which would mean possibly some more time after today, Councillor Collins?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be
Okay.
suggesting we table this today.
Okay.
Receive it and table it until a future meeting.
Okay, I'll come back to you after the long speakers list. Questions, comments? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, sir. Just a question with regards to multi-year projects. I'm trying to understand, I guess, the process now. I understand what multi-year funding is. The challenge that I'm having is when I'm looking at the list of multi-year projects, some of them have been approved by council with a formalized budget, and others have not even seen the light of day at council. So how do they get into a multi-year funding path without council ever actually adopting a budget for them?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of Councillor Clark's identified that there is a variety of projects. For instance, the McMaster Health, we might cash flow some projects. So just in terms of a large capital project, we'll cash flow it over multiple years. And I think as Councillor Clark's identified, there's some previously approved projects which are reflected as multi-year, and that's an example where it's reflected as multi-year. What we've tried to do in terms of programs is we've asked for specific projects detail sheets for each of the 10 years, so that committee is considering specific projects each year, and you're not committing towards a 10-year commitment. In an effort so that, for instance, around the waterfront, there's specific initiatives in 2014 that you're committing towards, but beyond 2014, each of the 9 years coming forward, you continue to have the opportunity either to approve or to defer or to not approve the capital project. So again, we refer to approving the 10-year plan in principle, and for the most part, we're trying to identify specific projects to be approved in 2014 that does not tie your hands in 2015 and beyond.
I guess my challenge is how do the rating agencies look at a multi-year budget that, for all intents and purposes, when they pick it up and look at it, it looks like this is an approved project. You know, look at the waterfront, $123 million over 20 some odd years, or whatever the case is. We may or may not have the debt capacity to even deal with that. So how do we explain that to the public in terms of managing the finances appropriately if we're approving expenditures in 2014 with the expectation that there's going to be another $123 million to come, and yet we haven't even seen any of the documentation that would indicate what that $123 million is for?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, great question. In terms of our approach to financing, what you'll see in your book one is a tab referred to as 10-year afford. It's really 10-year affordable. You would have recalled my slide where I identified that we have a $20+ million funding pressure in the years 2015 to 17. And so what we have done in terms of our financing plan is we've constrained the capital budget. We've taken our debt, we've tried to cap our tax-supported debt. We've looked at all our other funding sources, whether it's federal gas tax, provincial gas tax, previous year surpluses, Horizon dividends, contributions from operating, and we look at that funding envelope and we try to take the 10-year requests from the departments, and we try to constrain those requests within that funding envelope. Now, the pressure we have is in the years 2015, 16, 17, the flexibility beyond 2017 that we're seeing in our forecast is as we reduce our reliance on debt, tax-supported debt, it's actually increasing the funding envelope beyond 2017. So we're actually directing more direct funding from contribution to the years 2018 and beyond. So in terms of how does the credit rating agency receive the information and how is it presented to them, we identify to them that while our capital program, given that we have a $195 million annual infrastructure deficit is needy, is that we are forced to constrain the level of infrastructure investment in each of the years in our 10-year forecast. They look at that affordable list, they look at our 10-year debt forecasts, and they take that information, and you would have recalled in S&P's review and their report, they highlighted the constraints that the City of Hamilton, like some other municipalities have, is that we have an infrastructure deficit with respect to existing infrastructure. Our revenues are constrained because council is trying to make the tax levels affordable in the community. And so again, they're recognizing those barriers that council are facing around both that infrastructure deficit and trying to maintain those tax levels at affordable levels and competitive levels. And we try to capture that in our financing plan by constraining the level of funding available in our 10-year forecast.
Microphone, please, Councillor.
Sorry about that, sir. So we're just going to look at that one section for a second to clarify then. We've got affordable, unaffordable capital forecast. This is, I guess, Appendix 4. 10-year afford is the tab. And when I'm looking at the, I guess it would be page 81, would you describe this as these are all projects that have been approved? And that's why they're in this capital forecast?
Mike?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely not. They aren't approved. But we want to provide committee and council a sense of the projects that are being considered in the next 10 years. As committee and council raised the issue around multi-year budgeting, this is one opportunity through multi-year budgeting to provide a sense of where investments might be made as it relates to the capital program, both tax, and we do so on the rate supported in the next 10 years. So again, to Councillor Clark's question is whether these would be approved. I don't want to continue to speak to this issue, but for this reason alone, they could not be approved in that our financing plan, we have approximately a $23 million funding pressure in the years 2015 to 17. And for that reason, the projects are not affordable until such time as we review our financing plan, we report back to committee with respect to some options, whether it's directing more of any potential year-end surpluses towards capital, whether there's future subsidy programs that are announced that can be considered, or whether it's any increases in debt where it may warrant a consideration of debt, for example, where there's an economic development opportunity and where the community can leverage some additional assessment and tax benefit from those additional debt investments. So to the question again, the report, the actual staff recommendations seek for the approval of the 2014 financing plan, but the 10-year financing plan is just approval in principle.
Okay, so I'm assuming then that our staff are well aware that if the project's not approved, that they can't enter into any contract for out years since the project's never been approved.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, again?
In 2014, my assumption is that there may be, they're thinking, you know, this is going to a project that is continuing. We haven't approved the project, but there's funding going out in 2014.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, again, great question in terms of our internal controls. If a department requests that a purchase order be approved with a particular project, is our procurement area looks at the approved budget, it's referred to capital budget, there's signature sheets. It can only be approved for the level of funding that's been approved by council for a project. And so beyond that level of funding, the purchase order will not be approved.
Okay, and so the only comment that I would have is on the multi-year. I think we just need to be a little bit clearer in terms of the titling and in terms of when people pick up the document that there's no assumption that this is all approved, because that's not the case. These are significant figures going out 20 years. And when you're looking at it, when I first picked it up, I went, wow. And then I'm picking off things that we have not talked about, and yet they're on the list. So and I think that goes to the mayor's point earlier today, that there needs to be clarification to the public. If I misread it, clearly the public could misread it. And you certainly wouldn't want investors misreading it, because the investors will get this stuff online and may never ask us for clarification, but they may choose to go to another municipality because it's not clear online. So let's make sure the documents are vividly clear that this is not committed funding. These are just projected out-year funding, so that there's no mistake that ends up biting us in the future. And I'll take the rest of my questions offline, because I understand we're not going to be proceeding today, but I do have some questions on specific items, and I think I can deal with them offline and save everyone a lot of time.
Appreciate that, Councillor Clark. Mike, yes?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just want to appreciate and recognize committee's questions around the multi-year slide. The reason we provided the multi-year slide is so that you're aware of commitments, and so again, committee can consider these projects as to whether or not you're committed to that initial investment. I just want to highlight a learning through the stimulus in 2009-10. The one benefit of having some projects that are designed is if there are any future programs and you want to be construction ready. So I just want to identify that there is potential benefit of having some projects designed and ready to go. Sometimes those stimulus projects have tight timelines.
Councillor Clark?
I thoroughly understand that, absolutely. I think the clarity we want to put out there, and likewise with the senior levels of government, that the fact that the project is there and ready to go does not mean that we funded it, so that they don't turn around and say, oh, well, you've already funded that, we're not interested. So the clarity is really important. I understand having shovel ready, it's imperative, especially with the political scenes today, both provincially and federally, but we need to be clear to the public, to the investors and to the senior level. Everyone needs to understand we haven't committed to these yet. We want to proceed with it when we have the funding, and that's the difference.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. And Mike, I find every budget process improves upon the previous, but you and staff have brought us a tremendously long way. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I would definitely agree with your last statement. Mike, on slide 27, please, just a very quick question. What I'm hearing from my residents is a great deal of concern over the, what they hear as $1 billion debt that our city has, and yet we're still, looking at raising taxes, et cetera, et cetera. And I think for the residents and the taxpayers of our city, that $1 billion deficit, although we're hearing today that it's less than that. It's 885, I believe, million, and it is continuing to decline. That's still a significant amount of money. And I'm wondering if there's a slide that you have or that you could put together that would show the comparison of where Hamilton is in terms of our debts in relationship to other municipalities. Is again, I hear loud and clear from my residents that we have the highest debt in the entire province of Ontario. It's not entirely true, but they don't know that. They don't have the opportunity, as we do, to have great presentations, phenomenal detail. Kudos to staff, because really the detail that you're providing us is really quite fantastic. But our residents don't have the opportunity to receive that information, and I think it would certainly be helpful to me to be able to have something that, a visual that they could just see. Is that possible through you, Deputy Mayor?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, first I need to apologize to my staff because they had it in my slide deck and I took it out, but it's on page.
Oh, well.
It is on page.
You're welcome.
It's on page 25 of your report, and so I'll just speak to it slightly. There's a table on page 25 of your report, and what we've done in that table is we've identified a list of comparator municipalities, we've identified their credit rating, and we've identified their debt levels per capita. And if you see, in the case of Hamilton, and again, this is based on financial information returns that all municipalities, as per the Municipal Act, have to submit to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, is our debt level per capita 2012 is $783. And when you look across the comparator groups, we're somewhere in the middle in terms of those comparator groups. And then when you look further down, you'll see debt as a percentage of own source revenues. And our debt as a percentage of own source revenues, including our long-term liabilities, including social housing, is approximately 36.5%. And when you look across the comparator groups again, that is on the low end of that particular measure across the comparator groups. So again, those are, in terms of where we lie with respect to this list of comparator groups, at a per capita level, we're somewhere in the middle. As a percentage of own source revenues based on 2012 debt levels, we're towards the low end in terms of debt relative to own source revenues. So again, this is based on 2012. We know our debt levels are forecast to increase, and for that reason we brought forward, Council directed us to bring forward a debt policy, and we've captured in a number of measures to continue to report back on annually. I know from time to time this question is raised in the community, and the one measure that some communities consider is tax and debt relative to household income. When we take those measures and we normalize it based on household income, that relative to these comparator groups may cause us to shift more towards the center or the right of that list.
All right, thank you. So I just want to make sure I've got the right page. So we're talking book 1, and we're talking the top of page 25. Is that?
Yes.
That's the one? Okay,
yeah.
so thank you. That's what you've been referring to. So, I mean, certainly I would encourage that particular slide end up back in the presentation in future. And I just want to say thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Partridge. Councillor McCaddy, please. Councillor McCaddy?
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just on the same question, actually, generally around debt, Mike, and you explained to us a couple of different ways of looking at that. I think it was maybe on slide 26, 27 in that area. There's a couple of different examples. And the different debt limits, different ways of looking at it. There was the provincial way of doing it. You explained that if we went up to what we could do from their perspective, we'd have to cut a lot of our operating budget programs to do that. Obviously, you wouldn't want to do that. And then we've got our own debt policy, $1.25 billion cap, and we're down below that in the in the 800, 900 range, $900 million range, varying from year to year. So I just trying to understand why you've chosen to stay where you are in the $800 or $900 million range. I don't necessarily, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this may be not a popular comment, but I don't necessarily see debt as a bad thing. It really has to relate to your ability to pay the debt. So maybe just take me through why we're not closer to the 1.25. Obviously, it relates to the debt payments and the effect on the operating budget, but is there somewhere in there that we would be able to fund more capital projects and understand the effect on the operating budget? Maybe there's a ratio in there, or or we could choose a couple of examples. If it was $50 million more, it would be, and I guess the 1% versus the 0.5% is part of that thinking, because the extra 0.5% is has the $3.5 million or whatever it was impact on the operating budget. Just trying to understand because some of the municipalities that you've just referenced on page 24, Councillor Partridge's question, are higher than us, and they have somehow decided to do that.
Mike?
So, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, actually a great question, and I wish I had more slides to speak to the particular issue around our debt forecast. As I mentioned earlier, our tax-supported debt is forecast to decrease, and part of the reason we are trying to follow this trend, as I mentioned earlier, is because when credit rating agencies, or when we look at our total debt burden as a corporation for this community, is we look at our total debt, we look at our tax-supported, our rate-supported, and our DC funded. So if I can break down these pieces a bit in terms of the three components. In our rate supported, what you'll see next week's rate budget presentation is we're trying to align to Council's previously approved 10-year rate forecast. And to do so is we're trying to strike the right balance, and I think Councillor McCaddy referred to how do we set our debt versus our contribution numbers? We actually look at those two funding sources, and we try to set the right balance of debt versus contribution funding. So funding directly from rates. So the revenues that we collect, or the taxes that we collect, or the fees and charges that we collect, we look at that funding source and debt, and we try to strike a balance between those two sources of revenue. And one of our principal considerations when we look at that balance is how do we leverage the most funding in the 10-year forecast in that balance? So rather than trying to achieve a high level of capital investment in 2014 and rely heavily on debt and then constrain the corporation and the community going forward with respect to the capital program, we try to strike the right balance to leverage the most capital funding over the 10-year period. And so that's principally what we set out to do when we develop our debt forecasts. In terms of the rate and the DC, two considerations we have is the rates, the increase in the rates in the 10 years, and the affordability and the pace of development in terms of our development charges. So in terms of development charges, we work with Tony Sergi's area to understand the pace of development and what the flow of funds may be in the 10-year forecast as it relates to development charge revenues. And so we work with development in terms of setting out the level of DC funded debt based on that flow of future revenue coming from development charges. In terms of tax, what's factoring into our debt discussions and considerations is our total debt. And so while the tax supported debt is trending down, we're very conscious of our total debt levels, and we're trying to maintain those total debt levels at a rate that is both affordable for the community and that doesn't constrain Council's objectives around tax increases and rate increases. If Council were to consider tax increases or rate increases over and above what's in our current forecasts, there may be an opportunity to increase debt, but part of that discussion would have to be towards what projects is that funding going towards. For instance, some municipalities set out in their debt policy that debt would be used only for projects that generate assessment or additional tax or rate revenue. So that's one example. We didn't include that in our policy, but that's one option for Council's consideration. From time to time, we may come back to Council and say there's an economic development opportunity. It will cause us to exceed our debt forecasts, but there's a long-term benefit to the corporation and the community by considering such an initiative.
Thanks, Mike. Great explanation. So just towards your the end of your comments there, you talked about, I'll use the term investment. There are some capital projects that would be an investment in the sense to be a payback, whether it's economic development assessment increases over time, or, you know, I think there are probably a variety of categories you could measure what the payback is. I suppose even the more straightforward things like energy conservation investments, those are classic paybacks. They're very easy to understand. You can almost do it in a variety of different areas. But I mean, the golf course, just to pick on perhaps maybe even a weak example, but to rebuild the clubhouse, the additional revenue that comes in as more events that book a new clubhouse versus our current situation on Shadoak. There's a payback there. I have no idea what the business case is over time. So are there active efforts at the staff level to pull out those projects? As we see, just again, picking on the golf course one, it's there as unaffordable. And I haven't seen the business case just to see whether it would fit the category that you talked about in other municipalities where they do consider additional projects based on a payback as an investment. I don't see that here. There's no category of projects that you brought to us to say, you know what, these are the ones we want to do, the roads and all the ones that you've talked about today. But there are another 5 projects, 10 projects that we think that if we invested in, there would be a payback. So therefore, it's worth taking the debt on because it's covered. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely we have those discussions, and not just related to debt. So whether it's the waterfront initiative that has the potential to grow the assessment base and grow tax revenue, whether it's energy efficiency initiatives that have a 5-year, 4-year payback, or whether it's process reengineering internally with a potential savings or payback. We absolutely have those discussions. As I mentioned, it's not just related to debt. For instance, we will consider our reserves and internal reserves as a potential funding source. If the initiative has a 5-year payback, for instance, that's a 20% return on investment. We're generating approximately 3% return on our investments. So we'll look at some reserves and say, are we better off investing in that re-engineering, into that incremental capital that generates some assessment or tax revenue? Can we generate a higher return to the corporation and community than 3% by making those investments? So I just want to highlight that those occur not only through the capital budget process, but in year through a number of discussions, and again, not just related to debt. If there are opportunities to generate a higher level of return, then we absolutely consider those. And again, not just debt, we'll look at some internal funding. If we can match the timing, we'll look at a reserve and say that the reserve gets paid back over 3 years, and after that 3-year repayment, it results in a tax savings to the taxpayers each and every year going forward.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think we would benefit from seeing some of that. I guess those discussions occur at the staff level, but I think we would benefit from seeing X number of those projects that we perhaps could have the ability to make some decisions on to assist you with your own staff decisions that you've maybe already made at this point in time in the capital budget. That there are some that the council may wish to invest in. I mean, the waterfront ones you've already got that message. The waterfront's important to us, but I'll even go out on a limb to say some of the arts projects have a payback from a ECDEV perspective. Difficult part being it's not always our payback. It's maybe a general economic development spin-off in the community, which is hard for us to measure. We could probably measure if we got some experts to help us, all those dollars spent in restaurants and how somehow that comes back to us. But just that whole investment thing is not very often all that clear to us, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I'd love to try and work with Mike on a way to get that in front of us versus the very straightforward roads projects and all that kind of stuff that we see the benefits for our constituents. Yeah. Thanks.
So, Mike, you can take that under advisement, speak with the councillor afterwards,
Sure.
instead of formalizing that today. You can, terrific. Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, obviously, there's a stark contrast between me and the former speaker. I mean, I'm not about increasing the debt. I'm actually about ensuring that we have a stabilized financial plan that doesn't put ourselves in jeopardy with standards poor and the rate of borrowing. Currently, through the chair to Mike, our current credit rating is what?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, AA with a stable outlook.
And when the rating changes, if we get a lower rating or a higher rating, what's the implications of those ratings?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, two parts. One more tangible is there's a potential for a higher cost to borrow, which constrains your capital program, because if you're directing more funding towards debt financing, you have less funding available to invest in infrastructure. The less tangible impact is really image. A lot of municipalities use that credit rating as they're trying to generate investments in the community, whether it's around economic development. So in part, it's part of that marketing tool that some municipalities use. A less tangible way of measuring the value of that credit rating, but it's really those two parts, is trying to reduce your funding towards debt financing and trying to maintain a positive image on the community.
So we had a AAA rating that could result in lower cost of borrowing, is that correct?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. So a AAA rating would shave some of the cost to borrow, yeah.
And AAA rating would also give a lot of confidence and investment in the community relative to our ability to maintain such a rating. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, some municipalities market their AAA rating, and I would assume they do so in an effort to try to generate some assurance in terms of the financial position of the community.
Okay. What is the percentage increase in our debt since 2000? Do you have a rough estimate?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of our actual debt, we would have to get you that number. 2000, well, we can recall some numbers. I think we'll have to get to what that number is. But our debt levels in total, our challenge really is going forward. So in terms of our actual debt, it has been increasing, but the pace will really accelerate in 2015, 16, 17 in terms of our debt. And you can see that a significant portion of that is around our rate program and around our wastewater treatment plant.
But what I'm trying to do, though, when you see a chart like this and trying to explain it to the taxpayers of the community, it could be challenging. I'm trying to frame it in a way that taxpayers can clearly understand what is transpiring on our debt. So, for example, if our debt load from 2000 is increased by 20, 30, 40%, that's something that's easily understood. The other thing that's understood, and often they do this at the federal level, is they break down the debt relative to per household. So the question I would have, again, is what is our debt per household, one? And two, I remember the big campaign that when you're paying debt, that's not money going towards capital projects, you're actually paying debt. So for every dollar we spend on capital, how much is actually going to service the debt, meaning that it's not actually going to the project, it's actually going to pay the debt.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the first question in terms of how we normalize the debt, we spoke previously around the table on page 25 of Book 1. We presented it on a per capita basis. On a per capita basis, our 2012 debt is $783 per capita. On a per household, you could triple that for a per household, so that would take you close to $2,200, $2,300 on a per household. But again, how it's being presented in our staff report is debt per capita. In terms of our debt financing, absolutely, Councillor McCaddy asked, how do we strike the balance between our debt and our contribution? What we try to do is strike the right balance so that we're minimizing our debt financing costs so that we can invest more funding into our capital programs, recognizing that there may be some capital projects that will generate some benefit to the community. And so again, those are the projects that staff would report back on to council and say it warrants your consideration because the assessment and tax benefit or spin-off benefits, economic benefits to the community warrant consideration in terms of deviating from our debt forecast.
So the other question I asked was I remember when the big debt ceiling, I think it was the federal government, maybe it was the provincial government, or both, and what they looked at when you had the taxpayers coalitions come out and so forth, they would talk about the fact that for every dollar, 30% or 30, 40, 50 cents on that dollar was actually going to service the debt. So I'm trying to understand in the context of the city of Hamilton, for every dollar we spend on capital, how much is going to service debt?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't have that number, but I know we prepared that number, so we can provide that number to you. But to the councillor, picking up off of that question, again, this table provides you a sense of where those debt financing costs are headed. So again, this isn't total debt. This is the cost to service that debt in our 10-year forecast.
So, Mr. Chair, I understand that. When I go to a community meeting and throw a chart like that, it's not as easy transferable in regards to how people understand it. And I'm not saying, I mean, there will be people who understand it, but I'm trying to find the simplest terms so they understand the progression of our debt, how we're handling our debt, how you measure the debt. And one of them is, what is our debt increase since 2000? What is our cost per every dollar we spent towards debt, 5 years ago today? So I'm looking at different measurements that people could more easily understand what our debt load is.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we can provide you that time series, that history around our debt, and we do provide, and we can just send it out to councillors. Each and every year, we break down the rates, so the water, wastewater, and storm, what the average household bill will be, and we identify the breakdown of that bill, how much, for instance, of that bill is going towards debt financing, and we do so on the tax side too. So for an average household, in terms of the total tax bill, what percentage of that goes towards debt financing? So we can send that information out to the councillors.
The next question I have is there any variables or issues that can happen at the federal level in regards to interest rates or anything like that that may impact any of these projections?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that question I think was raised either earlier this week or last week. Councillor Clark had asked the question around what is trending in terms of cost to borrow out in the market. What we're seeing is a lot of municipalities gearing up to go out to market in the first quarter of 2014. And that's in part based on the information we're receiving from the banks in terms of what the forecasts are for going out to market. We're assuming 5% in our debt financing assumption. So recognizing that for the most part, we assume a 15-year term on the water and wastewater around the wastewater treatment plant. Given the size of the project and the life of the asset, we assume a 20-year term. We will absolutely, I expect, be coming to council in the first quarter of 2014 with respect to a report asking for authority to issue new debt. We're hoping that we can achieve a cost to borrow less than 5% in early 2014. There are absolutely some risks later in 2014 in terms of that cost to borrow, but again, we will just come forward with the appropriate level of debt for your consideration for 2014 and 15, and we'll try to do so to try to benefit from any favorable rates in the first quarter of 2014.
And again, but the question, that's for 2014. I'm talking because you're requiring debt debt financing every year. So if you're looking at a 10-year horizon, I mean, you're presenting a 10-year horizon. What may not be considered in the context of what the numbers you have on the table?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of risks, the risks are that the cost to borrow is greater than 5%. If the cost to borrow is greater than 5%, we would have to amend our capital financing plan. And by doing so, it means either reducing the level of investment or increasing the levy increases or a combination of those two. So again, our assumption is 5%. Rates are somewhere around that 3.1, 3.4%. And so again, going forward, the real risk is rates, the cost to borrow being greater than our 5% assumption.
We saw what happened in Alberta, in Calgary specifically, with the major flooding, and apparently that's having a significant impact on their debt financing and the ability to do things. What do we have in the context of disaster reserve for similar events?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't want to throw up that slide again that shows our reserve forecast. We don't have a dedicated reserve for disasters. We have our tax stabilization reserve that we use from time to time for programs or services to get us through a particular year or issue. We have our unallocated capital reserve, which you saw has declined significantly since 2011 and 12. So again, we do not have a dedicated reserve for disasters. We have a series of reserves, but the capacity in those reserves to see us through a similar event. Again, recognizing that some of those costs are insurable, but we faced a situation where we had a significant rainfall. We incurred a lot of expenses related to that rainfall event. We applied to the province for funding under their program. We were denied funding under their program, and we had to fund it through year-end surpluses and reserves. And then so around a more minor event, we've done so through our year-end surpluses and reserves.
So one of the events I look at now is the stabilization of the escarpment. I'm looking at the significant cost, and when things unexpected happen, like on Kenilworth, those are forecasted or realized costs. They come out of the blue, and then they bump out many other projects in regards to our ability and capacity to fund it. If we had a major breakdown, whether it's, again, stabilization in the escarpment or so forth, is it safe to say that we wouldn't have the capacity currently with our financial situation?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it would depend on the size of the event and the municipality's burden in terms of the cost of rehabilitating the particular asset. The most recent one was flooding around the Red Hill. I believe it was $4 million. We had used some WIP funding as well as some reserves to deal with that particular situation. So again, depending on the size of the event and the municipality's cost related to rehabilitating any particular assets that are affected, again, we would have to look at our reserves, our potential for year-end surplus, as well as our WIP project, previously approved projects.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Before I get to Councillor Collins, second time, Mr. Mayor, just take the chair for a moment, please. Through you to Mike. Mike, first of all, thank you very much to you and staff for listening with regards to the council priorities. You took under advisement, and I see some of the bump ups here that you're recommending, whether it's in the roads, recreational facilities, housing, West Harbour, Parkland Acquisition. For me, at least, as this particular member of council, I really appreciate that, and you were open-minded on behalf of SMT. Really appreciate it. Two quick questions, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mike. Mike, your presentation obviously ties into your report 3.1 that we'll get to in a moment. Under D of your report, Mr. Mayor, if you just allow me a little bit of latitude, under D you talk about 13 possible new FTEs, Mike, but to possibly be considered for the 2015 tax-supported operating budget in light of the capital decisions we're going to make, if not today, then in a few weeks for 14. Can you just kind of forecast and tell me, is that potentially, hypothetically, and that'll be for the new term of council, but decisions I make for capital 14 today or in a couple of weeks, potentially 13 more FTEs? Mr. Mayor, through you, please.
So through you, through the chair, is absolutely. So staff have identified, and this has been improvement that committee has requested over the years, identifying both the operating and the FTE commitments going forward if a capital project were to be approved. And based on the recommended capital projects, there's an additional 13 FTEs and an additional $1.8 million in operating costs. You may recall from Tuesday's presentation, the corporate operating overview, we are reflecting $1.1 million in operating pressures in 2014 related to previously approved capital projects. And so while it's identified in the report as being 2015, our practice is we do not reflect the operating or FTE impacts until such time as that asset comes online. If it comes online in 2015, it's reflected in our 2015 tax-supported operating budget. If it's 2016, it's reflected in our 2016 tax-supported operating budget. So I just want to clarify that those operating or FTE impacts will not be reflected until such time as those assets come online. But in terms of the recommended list of projects, the councillor's correct. Recommendation D refers to $1.8 million in additional operating pressures and additional 13 FTEs.
Well, Mr. Mayor, through to Mike. Thanks, Mike, for that explanation. Just a subsequent question to that quickly, Mike. So if all the worthy projects, wherever we end up today or in a couple of weeks, ultimately approve the 14 capital budget, however we do it through Councillor Collins' suggestion as well, area rated, whatever, wherever we end up with the worthy projects in 14 approved, you're saying for the new term of council, whoever's here in 15, there may be a pressure of 13 additional FTEs to support those capital projects that are being constructed. Are you suggesting then that if the 13 FTEs, hypothetically, Mr. Mayor, wouldn't be approved by the new term of council, that some of those capital projects may have to stop, be curtailed, may not go ahead? Can you just further help me understand that, Mr. Mayor, in case there's a correlation there that might cause me some concern? Through you, Mr. Mayor, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the councillor's example of the timing, it's actually the reverse. So the council referred to whether or not the capital project would come to a halt. We do not reflect the operating or FTE impacts until such time as a capital project is completed and comes online. At that time, for instance, if capital project is set to be completed in 2013 project set to be completed in January of 2015, we would not reflect those operating dollars or FTEs until the presentation of the 2015 budget. And where you see it in the tax-supported operating budget is in my presentation of the corporate financials and non-program revenues. We budget for these positions and operating impacts in corporate financials, and prior to presenting those numbers, operating or FTE, we go back to the departments at that time and say, were those estimates accurate? Could they be lowered? So could the operating impacts be lowered, or the FTE impacts be lowered in an effort to try to achieve council's direction at that time?
Terrific, Mike. Okay, so there could be mitigating measures taken to possibly reduce that amount. And last, Mr. Mayor, through to Mike. Mike, you know, I'm a big fan of the asset management road renewal program through Gary Moore's division. This 0.5% does not take into account any increase in that program. It would have to be a 1%. On the capital levy, I think you referenced where some of those council directives then could be accommodated. Mr. Mayor, through to Mike.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this table reflects a 0.5% capital levy increase. So again, assuming a 0.5% capital levy increase, there's the breakdown of the various programs under roads and bridges, specifically around roads and bridges in terms of the other programs. The funding is broken down in this table. If council were to approve a 1% capital levy increase, we would report back with areas to provide some additional funding. If council were set to achieve an increase of less than a 0.5%, we would have to look at other sources of funding or reducing the level of investment.
Slide 11, just quickly, Mike, is that what you're referencing right there?
Right. So through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the potential for a further 0.5%, bringing the capital levy increase to 1% or $7.2 million, these are some program areas that staff are identifying that they are not funded in 2014 completely and going forward. And so there are areas for committee's consideration for some incremental additional funding.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Mayor, just a comment. I know I've said it a number of times ad nauseum, but that road asset management program through Gary Moore's area, it's such a big bang for the buck we get with limited dollars that does so much benefit of road sidewalk rehabilitation without doing an entire street unnecessarily, not wasting tax dollars, but getting at those areas that need it. And every time I've asked the department in the past few months, they're telling me, Councillor, no money's left over and going into 14. So I think that the next week or two gives us some opportunity as well to possibly further reconsider. Mr. Mayor, can I take the chair back at this time? Thank you. All first-time speakers have been exhausted. Councillor Collins, second time, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I have a question to Mike in terms of multi-year budgeting. So, Mike, the plan, and you've clearly emphasized that you provide a 10-year horizon, and that's sort of a system that we've adopted from, I don't know about the former suburban municipalities, but the old region and the old city of Hamilton had a 10-year capital budget plan. And as someone who's an elected representative working with your community, it was such a frustrating process from a political standpoint to have to wait in line. And you'd follow whatever project it was, whether it was the new library, the new street and sidewalk, a rec center, and you'd watch it through the years, and you'd finally get to the point where it'd be recommended. And so it was, in many respects, it was a long, drawn out process, but it was a plan that both the region and the city had adopted, and it was a 10-year plan that was subject to change, so there were little tweaks along the way. And sometime after amalgamation, we abandoned that process. And council and I think SMT have sought since amalgamation to adopt a 10-year capital plan. And our divisions and our departments have done a great job in terms of developing their work plans that show us. Roads is a good example, as Councillor Jackson just mentioned. If I wanted to find out where a certain road is on the horizon, I just open the work plan and I can see where it is within the next 10 years. But when I look at the capital budget process, and several years ago I asked whether staff could add a little line into the budget that said the initiation date. And the initiation date tells council and the community as to when the project that you're looking at was first introduced into the capital budget process. And when I go through the list, and so for as much as you've shown and emphasized that we're planning for the future, when I go through the list of capital projects that are in this book, and I'm just going in the order that they were presented, 3 out of 4 of the fire projects were initiated either in 2013 or in 2014. Housing's only plan was in 2013 or 2014. The lodges, 4 of 6 of the lodges were initiated in either 2013 or 2014. EMS, all 3 of their projects. Health, 2 of 3 were 13 or 14. ECDev, 2 of 5. So the list goes on. And for most of us, multi-year budgeting means either a term of council or a 10-year plan. And for whatever reason, the capital budget has become a 2-year process in many respects. Almost all of the projects in this book have been initiated in the last 2 years, and they haven't worked themselves through a graduated system where, if I use the region and or the city as old examples, where there's a structured process with some predictability. So while the funding and the block funding may be consistent over years, the projects within those blocks are so scattered, and, again, I think a 2-year plan certainly isn't helping this council address its infrastructure deficit in any shape or form, in any area of the organization. So is there a way for us, and I'd like to go through all the other departments and find out, and I'm sure I'm going to see the same trend that I just rhymed off there. How do we get away from that system where it's a 1 or a 2-year process where somebody submits it and the next year it's funded? It seems like there's no medium and long-term planning that goes into it, and if there is, it's certainly not being followed. Right. So again, I know it's kind of a loaded question, and I don't mean to put it on finance alone because you're just one part of the system and you manage that process, but it means all the departments sort of working corporately to come up with a system where it's consistent and predictable and gives us some idea as to what we might seek to see 5 or 10 years from now. That certainly isn't the case right now.
Right. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that was a great reference to everyone working corporately, because earlier this week we talked about the strat plan and business plans and moving towards multi-year budgeting. And so as departments align themselves to the strat plan as they develop their business plans. Those business plans should help inform the budget process and the development of both capital, 10-year capital forecasts, as well as operating forecasts. So we aren't there yet in terms of departments. What you see, I think, in terms of changes in 2013-14, in part, are consideration of projects that align to the strat plan, potentially, and so we need to do a better job of developing our budgets, both tax and operating, around the strat plan as well as around our business plans. The other challenge as well is there are some areas, and I'll just highlight lodges, because you'll see that in lodges 2013, the capital program or budget was 3.3 million. It's 1.7 million, and then declines to $500,000. So there's a program that does not have reserves, that has had some significant capital requirements, and what we were forced to do was cash flow their requirements. We didn't have enough funding to approve them all in 2013. We have to cash flow them. And so the challenge that we have is in terms of adhering, for instance, to a 10-year capital budget, and the councillor spoke to having to tweak it. That's an example where you would have to tweak it. You have no reserves available to fund the project or the initiative, and so consequently you're having to realign funding from other programs to deal with those urgent projects, and this example of a lodge. So absolutely, as we develop our business plans around strat plan, as we look at multi-year budgeting, that should lend itself to a process where you're seeing within the 10-year forecast some alignment of projects to those corporate objectives.
So how do we end up with a situation where the majority of projects that we're going to pass this capital budget year were not in this book when we started this term of council?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I think in part there are, as the councillor referred to as tweaking, there's some projects that were not expected last year and they find themselves as part of the capital budget this year. In terms of the value of a 10-year budget, the value of a 10-year budget is in the practice of being disciplined and continuing on with that forecast. And so I've said this previously, there is no value in a 10-year capital budget if each and every year it changes dramatically. The value is if you're disciplined and adhering to that forecast and you're just essentially tweaking based on unforeseen pressures that occur leading up to a particular budget year.
And Councillor Whitehead, appropriately referenced, we have a failing escarpment wall. We didn't anticipate it. You need to make accommodation in year or the following year to remediate something like that that's unanticipated. But to have 50 to 75% of the projects that we're approving this year not in the book in 2010 or 11 as an example, that shows that we're certainly not practicing what we're preaching as it relates to multi-year budgeting. And we brag about having a plan, but we're not following the plan. And I really thank staff for providing that initiation date, because I think it speaks volumes to the fact that we have a lot of work to do as it relates to working with SMT. And to be clear, we're guilty as well around this table mid-year coming to the council floor and saying, I have something I'd like to add to next year's budget process. And that certainly, every time that happens, there's a domino effect where something else is pushed out that was part of a plan, a structured plan. So I'm hoping, Mike, that through you, Mr. Chairman, that you can come back with SMT's guidance on some kind of I don't know if it's a policy initiative that needs to be implemented, but some alternatives for us to look at that seeks to address the fact that we have absolutely no multi-year budgeting process, unless you consider a two-year process multi-year, which maybe technically it is. But beyond that, there is no plan. Many of the charts that you present here, really in the grand scheme of things, 3 or 4 years from now, will have changed so drastically that they mean nothing to us. And historically, for whatever reason, that's been the case for almost 10 years. Those are my comments. I'm sorry to vent, but I'm hoping that, Mike, you can maybe take those comments as maybe an opportunity for you to address this at SMT and come back with something It's probably too late this year, but if you can work on that through 214, it's probably valuable information for the new council to have in 215.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. We owe committee a report back around multi-year budgeting. It was part of our work plan, business plan, and so that is something we hope to undertake in 2014. And beyond just the tools required around multi-year budgeting is some practices, procedures, and policies around multi-year budgeting as well.
Thank you so much, Mike. Councillor Collins, thank you. I'll come back to you, Councillor Collins, for finally a motion on report 3.1. Councillor Whitehead, second time, please.
Well, just on that, I did a cursory look a number of years ago at Calgary and London in regards to policies they've developed around their budget, capital, etc. So in response to Councillor Collins' issues that he's raised, I think some of those policies that were adopted by those particular cities address some of those kinds of issues. So it might be worth looking at those type of constraints and parameters they work within.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely. And with that, we need to look at the tools that we have in terms of developing multi-year budgets. And we would report back with any recommendations in terms of developing those tools because, frankly, the policies and procedures are only valuable if you have the proper tools in place to develop good multi-year budgets.
Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Collins, first of all, can I have a motion to formally receive the acting GM's presentation? Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pearson, all in favour? Any opposed? Motion carried. On report 3. By the way, Mike, always impressed both with your leadership, knowledge of budgeting, and your open-mindedness. Thank you so much, Mike. Excellent presentation. Councillor Collins, on report 3.1 before us on the capital budget.
Yeah, I'd move that staff be directed to work with council to identify projects in the 214 recommended capital budget to reduce the 0.5% levy contribution as part of the 214 operating budget process, and that Part B, the councillors in wards 1 to 8 be requested to submit their 2014 area rating projects as soon as possible.
So I take it that's a preamble to the tabling then of report 3.1 to a future GIC. It's all under, yes, Councillor Clark, to that motion.
So just to be clear then, for example, in my area, if there is a street that is scheduled for work in 2014-15, but there may be issues within the community so they really can't get to it, that would be one that we could refer out for a year. Is this?
Yes,
I'm just trying to.
When I reference council, if there are any suggestions that anyone has around the table in terms of bumping something to a later year, would certainly help address that. Essentially, we'd need to look for $3.6 million worth of projects. And every time a councillor in an area rated ward submits a new project as part of the reserve funding that they have, that helps towards that $3.6 million as well. I know that I have one going to Public Works for $600,000 for Cochrane Road, proposing it's done in 214. That brings that 3.6 down to 3, and so on. Yeah. So the more projects that councillors submit that currently are not part of the budget, who are in the area rated wards, that helps us with that 0.5% contribution. If any councillor in a suburban ward has a project, or even if there are corporate projects that we can identify that aren't attached to a ward, that helps us get to that 3.6 target, which will help us conversely on the 0.5% levy increase that we're looking at.
Yeah, so we have the King Street rebuild in Stony Creek, and the residents and businesses are quite concerned about the design, so we have to go through a consultation process. So that is going to be delayed, obviously, so we may have to look at actually referring that out, which may assist in some degree anyway. So I'll look at that, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. So it's moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Farr. It's understood, and it's probably be tabled, I'll imagine, Carolyn, to possibly the rates budget presentation in a week or two, but I'll let you and clerks work out the best time. All in favour? Carried. Any opposed? Motion carried. Now, motion to adjourn the capital GIC, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Pasuda. All in favour? Any opposed? Motion carried. Here's my offer, members of committee. Here's more my plea. Half-hour break for lunch. Please come back, and the recess GIC on operating with Mike's tax assessment and appeal presentation, 2 corresponding reports. We can get that done hopefully no later than about 2 o'clock. So half-hour lunch, please, and come back at 12:30 to maintain quorum. Appeals, I'll turn it over to you again at this time, please, and introduce whatever of your staff you may wish to call upon. And everybody's got their hard copy handout, yellow sheets here for Mike's presentation.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as you mentioned, the two reports before you, were requested by council. And so I just want to recognize, excuse me, and thank Larry Friday and Maria DeSanto and Tom Hewitson for their work in compiling the information that I will be presenting to you this afternoon. So,
Mike, hold on one second. Madam Clerk, any changes to the agenda from Tuesday? Thank you. Declarations of interest, carrying on with the recess meeting. Hearing none. Mike, back to you. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the two reports are the assessment appeals restricting assessment growth, as well as the Hamilton Downtown Urban Growth Centre municipal taxes for the years 2008 to 2012. Excuse me. Just in terms of the assessment growth, I just want to remind committee of the level of assessment growth that we've benefited and reported on over the period 2008 to 12. You may recall our previous discussions around assessment growth as recent as earlier this week. We discussed the assessment growth that comes from new construction, the supplementary, and so when we present our corporate financials and non-program revenues, you'll see as part of that budget, our tax supporting operating budget, a value around supplementary taxes. I believe it's in the $8 million mark. So again, supplementary taxes are changes in the value of existing stock, whether it's housing, commercial, industrial. So there are two opportunities for benefits to the municipality. It's new construction or added value on existing stock. What offsets those benefits are write-offs and successful appeals. And so in terms of those decreases in write-offs and reductions, that those are due in part to requests for reconsideration, successful appeals, outcomes from the assessment review board decisions, as well as demolitions. So for the period 2008 to 2012, our assessment growth, our net assessment growth, has ranged from 0.8% in 2012 to 1% in 2008. You'll recall from this week's presentation, we're currently assuming for the purposes of our 2014 operating budget, 0.8% net assessment growth. In terms of, again, so for 2013, our assessment growth was 0.8%, and similar to previous years, it's impacted by the write-offs and successful appeals. In terms of where we're seeing growth in the various classes, we are, based on 2012, we're seeing the growth driven primarily in our residential sector. So again, you'll see the reference to the 0.8% total change, and you'll see that we benefited principally around growth in our residential sector, and we're forecasting that we're going to benefit principally from growth in our residential sector going forward in 2014 as well. So this is based on 2012. For 2014, it's our residential sector that we are expecting to benefit from in terms of assessment growth.
Councillor Pearson, at the end of the presentation or on this slide for clarity. Go ahead, please.
Mike, could you just explain the multi-residential, the next line items all being negative? So what's happened to cause that in the multi-res development?
So in terms of the, and I might need to call upon Maria or Larry to jump in, but in terms of the changes in multi-class, and I'm not sure if Larry has a reference to multi-res because I don't want to confuse what transpired in multi-res in terms of rental and condos.
Larry, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. In multi-residential, there are appeals that obviously are affecting the values. We've also seen some multi-res buildings moving from multi-res to a condo type, so it moves from the multi-res class to the residential class. So we're seeing the offset on the other side as far as residential growth, but a reduction on the multi-residential side because it's coming out of that tax class.
Okay. Thanks, Larry. Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Collins, just on this slide or at the end of the presentation? Okay, thank you. Carry on, Mike.
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, this slide, we make an effort to break down the 0.8%. Again, you'll see assessment increase of 1%, and offsetting that assessment increase is decreases in assessment of existing property. And so, again, that represents negative 0.4, as well as deleted rolls of negative 0.2, and then some benefits around new rolls. So again, the total change is 0.8%, and you can see how the breakdown in terms of additional assessment and then the write-downs and the reconsiderations flow in terms of arriving to that net impact of 0.8%.
Carry on.
In terms of the relationship between building permits and assessment growth committee has asked from time to time around the relationship of the positive news that we report on in terms of building permits relative to the forecasts around assessment growth. So just to highlight a few factors as it relates to that relationship, there's a time lag, potentially 2+ years when a building permit is issued and a property arrives on the assessment roll. There are differences in valuation, and I'll go through some examples of this for you. There are differences in valuation. Some items included in construction value, such as equipment, which are captured in the building permits, are not accessible, and the assessable value may be years behind current market value. That's another factor. Property type, committee is familiar with heads and beds and payments in lieu. So government institutional properties, which over the last 5 years account for 20% of the average of the building permit values, are not taxable. They're either exempt or subject to payment in lieu of taxes, and therefore they aren't captured in that reference to the 0.8%, for instance, for 2014. So in terms of some examples of this relationship, a 2-story multi-tenant commercial industrial building is an example that we'll highlight. The building permit was issued in 2010 with a construction value of $5 million. Inclusive of tenant inducements, it's $6.5 million. When that property was added in 2013 to the assessment roll, so again, building permit 2010, when it's added to the assessment roll, 3-year lag. In 2013, the assessed value of that property was $2.6 million, less than half of the construction value. So just in terms of the relationship between building permit value, construction value, and assessed value. McMaster Health Center, building permits were issued in 2012-13 with a construction value of $62 million. And while it's not yet added to our assessment roll, we expect this property to be fully exempt from property taxes. The Union Gas Facility, building permits were issued in 2012 with a total construction value of $22 million. And while we don't expect this property to be on the roll to 2014, we expect the assessed value to be $10 million, so less than half of the construction value of that facility. Navistar building permits were issued in 2012-13 with a total construction value of $12 million. And again, this property is not expected to be on the roll until 2014. So just to describe the lag between the timing when these properties are captured on the assessment roll relative to the timing of the building permit. So again, highlighting in those examples, those references to the differences, again, in part reflect the fact that equipment is captured in the construction value, but equipment is not captured in the assessed value of a facility. In terms of assessment and appeals, during the 2013 budget process, as well as the year-end disposition of the 2012 year-end surplus, we identified pressures around assessment and reassessment. And so just to highlight, we are directed to report back with some potential actions and recommendations. And in the presentation, I will just highlight some of those recommendations that staff have as it relates to assessment appeals. So the city has a number of industrial and retail commercial appeals that have been outstanding. There are outstanding assessment appeals, some going as far back as 2006, and the bulk are 2009 to 2013. So the challenge for municipalities, not just Hamilton, other municipalities, is how do you accrue, how do you create allowances for those uncertainties? So some municipalities have challenges as to how do you capture that liability and how do you try to finance that liability going forward. So there is a concern around the lag, the timing, and how long these appeals are ongoing for. Most are in the assessment review board process, and I just want to highlight that both Larry and Larry's staff are very involved in that process. They review documentations as a part of that process, and in 2013, committee provided the Acting General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services the delegated authority to participate as part of that process. So we have one example where the city has actually appealed the assessed value of MPAC. So we are part of that process. So I just want to recognize the efforts of Larry as well as his staff, including David Janicek in our taxation area. Since assessment appeals cover a number of years, mainly 2009 to 13, when they're settled, they have an impact both in our write-offs, and so we have an allowance for write-offs. If we anticipate a successful outcome in terms of the assessment appeal for the property owner, we set aside an allowance for that potential outcome, as well as we budget for appeals on an annual basis as part of our operating budget process. In terms of assessment appeals have always been a large factor in municipal budgeting, and again, they form part of our tax-supported operating budget. They affect our growth and lead to large tax refunds. So again, while in 2012 we had gross growth of 1.2%, net of the write-offs and appeals, the net growth that we reported in 2012 was 0.8%. While there's a regulated system in place for assessment and appeals, improvements can be made. Large assessment losses continue in the commercial, industrial, and multi-res property classes in the case of City of Hamilton. Non-res assessment appeals tend to be quite complex and time-consuming, and we're experiencing more citywide or province-wide appeals for certain types of properties. For instance, you may recall in previous years, the outcome in terms of the golf courses, an appeal province-wide, as well as we have some province-wide appeals with respect to some retail appeals in the food and beverage sector. What is the city doing? Principally through our taxation division, staff participate in special purpose business property assessment reviews, not only in taxation, but we're supported by legal services, internal legal services. They're set up through the 2013 provincial budget and the municipal assessment review representative. So again, as part of the 2013 provincial budget, the province announced a review of the municipal assessment system. It is being led by the Minister of Finance, and the city is participating indirectly through the Treasurers Group, as well as we've asked for some direct consultation with in the case of the City of Hamilton, with Larry, our Director of Taxation, being part of that process. The city monitors the Assessment Review Board appeals, and we participate in pre-hearing events to ensure the city's interests are protected. We monitor building permit activity to ensure that MPAC picks up new construction on a timely basis. What can be done, and this forms part of the recommendations in the report and will form part of our feedback through the Treasurers Group and through any direct involvement of Larry as part of the process. There's clearly an opportunity to indicate what information property owners must supply to MPAC. Failure to provide by deadline would result in losing the right to appeal. One of our observations is there's uncertainty for municipalities because property owners, when they appeal their assessment, they do not include the basis for the appeal. They do not include detailed information around, in the case of commercial industrial, the rental income. So in some jurisdictions, including the province of Quebec as well as the province of Manitoba, they have specific regulations to try to accelerate that process. In the province of Quebec, the onus is on the equivalent to MPAC to provide the basis for the assessed value. In the province of Manitoba, the onus is on the property owner to provide timely information in an effort to prevent appeals being ongoing for a number of years, in an effort to try to accelerate and reduce the risk to municipalities. Opportunity to clearly define the assessment methodology used for assessing properties, so again, similar to the province of Quebec, and eliminate changing the methodology used between assessment cycles. Where sales data is non-existent, there's an opportunity to set standards on replacement costs per square foot to alleviate the values being subject to interpretation. So again, we're just drawing from examples locally where there's opportunities where information is not necessarily readily available. There's opportunities for proxies, alternative information to help inform the process. What can be done? Continuing on, recommended process changes for MPAC, improve access to information for property owners to identify and correct factual errors, and mandatory 5 to 7 year inspection program on commercial industrial properties, and also upon the sale of any sale. And that would improve the quality of the information that's being used when they apply their methodology to arrive at the assessed value. Recommended process changes at the Assessment Review Board, ensure large value appeals are heard on a timely basis. Again, that would improve on the potential risk to municipalities. Ensure more appeals are heard and settled earlier. Again, the time value of money, having those appeals heard earlier and settled earlier. Establish mandatory dates for the release of assessment data, and establish a mandatory date to provide income and expense information. So again, staff were tasked with recommendations for committee to consider as feedback and input in terms of the process, and these are our recommendations that could float through the province, through the Minister of Finance as they undertake their review. So again, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you for the time, and staff are available to answer any questions that you might have. Excellent update, Mike. And so, Mike, the recommendations on that last page right there, if we adopt Report 5.1, they're embedded in Report 5.1 under Appendix A? Yes. Perfect. You, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Good. Okay. Councillor Collins, please. Questions or comments?
I have both.
The floor is yours.
Through you to Mike. Mike, appeals that flow through the ARB, can you explain to us how the appeals, the successful appeals, let's say in the large industrial class, or even the commercial operators, golf courses, so on, most of the appeals you're seeing or we're witnessing that have an impact on our bottom line, through you, Mr. Chairman, are not in the residential class, that make up the majority or bulk of properties within the city?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, our risk is principally in the commercial large industrial, and we're seeing significant risk in our large industrial, traditional industrial sector.
So when there's a successful appeal, and you've referenced some publicly in the past, and I know we've made accommodation for future appeals that are either ongoing or we know are coming, you've referenced some fairly large dollar amounts that have been provided to some of the local industrial tenants that we have, or businesses. They, some of those are in the millions of dollars. The impact on the residential class, so to be clear, if, let's say, DeFasco is successful with an appeal and they're successful in reducing their amount by several $1 million, is it then for the rest of the industrial class to pick up that amount? or is that burden then carried by all classes, or is it basically that burden now carried by the residential class? Can you explain to us the domino effect and how that works?
So in terms of the two pieces to it, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the councillor's correct. We have an allowance set aside for previous years, and although there's a lot of risk around the appeals, the level of the appeals relative to our allowance, if they were successful based on their valuation relative to impact's valuation, there could be some risk going forward. In terms of the process in year going forward, is as a result of these large industrial, we are seeing a shift in some of that tax burden away from those sectors onto the residential sector as a result of any successful appeals.
But what legislation, and I'm surprised it's not in our recommendations, but what provincial legislation needs to change so that if a large industrial player receives a massive tax reduction, why is it that only the residential portion of our tax paying public are forced to pay for those appeals? Why can't those costs then be borne maybe by other industrial players within the sector?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start off and maybe Larry can jump in. Just around the legislation and the recommendations, as staff have met with MPAC and gone over the methodology that they use, and both Larry and his staff are more familiar than I around the methodology, but there is a reference to, and I've mentioned this at committee before, reference to economic obsolescence that is a risk not only in the city of Hamilton, it's a risk across the province, especially in municipalities with a traditional industrial base. And just to highlight that level of risk, in one northern municipality, a paper mill has appealed, and the risk to that municipality, I believe that paper mill represents 78% of the assessed value in that community. So in terms of that reference to economic obsolescence, that's an issue that providing clarity to the methodology would help, and it may help developing recommendations back to the province, in that if property owners are not investing in their facility, and by doing so are devaluing the value of their facility, which impacts on their assessment, that would be helpful for municipalities to understand going forward, because it has an impact in terms of the economic potential of a municipality going forward. I'm not sure if Larry has anything to add in terms of the shifting between classes or within a class.
Larry?
Through Deputy Mayor, that's a very good question and a very good point. Perhaps something could be requested of the province. Right now, I know we're limited on what we can tax the industrial.
Increase over the average, I thought.
Right, because we're over the average that we're limited, so that everything's getting shifted over to the classes that are not limited. So it's a good point. If the province could look at those limits or put some special legislation in that those reductions would be shared in that class, similar to what they did with the capping regulations back in 2001, I believe, or 2000, where it was shifted over to the rest of the tax class. I'm not sure how the rest of the tax class would feel about it, but it is a point that probably could be pursued.
And it speaks to the issue where we've lamented around this table for years that it's through the OMBI stats, it's through studies that have been taken in other jurisdictions across Canada, and they reference Hamilton and say that at per capita, the money that we're taking from our residents for the tax bill is higher than other jurisdictions. And when we start to see multi-million-dollar successful tax appeals in the industrial sector, then being shifted, that dollar amount, it compounds the problem that we're already experiencing within the residential class. So I'm surprised, and thank both you and Larry for the commentary there. We really need to address that, to ask the province for the ability then, if the industrial players are getting a massive tax reduction for this economic obsolescence line or rationale, then cities need the ability then to pass it on, some of those costs at least, to the same class. And my subsequent question then would be, U.S. Steel is part of the appeals that one of the appeals that we've dealt with?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it hasn't been resolved. It is an ongoing appeal.
And are they using the economic obsolescence argument as others have?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Larry's familiar with their appeal or...
Larry?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we were hoping to get in front of GIC a few days ago, but that got deferred, I believe now till December 4th, where I hope to give you some news on U.S. Steel. Not good news, but I need to inform council of what's happening with that particular appeal. I do have a conference call at 3 o'clock today with MPAC on ArcelorMittal, which also is probably not going to be good news. So while Neil gets to give you all the good news, I get to give you all the bad news, I guess.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, just to pick up, just in term, there is a, as Larry will inform committee in December, there is a significant difference in the impact valuation for U.S. Steel relative to the position that U.S. Steel have taken with respect to their assessment value. And so you'll receive part of that. That forms part of the update from Larry. And I just highlight that because while we have allowances for existing appeals, is that one situation, if successful, would create great challenges for us in terms of the allowances that we've set aside.
In terms of the successful appeals that we've experienced and those that we see on the horizon, and we'll lose something through that process. It sounds like it's very much a negotiated settlement where we're trying to limit our losses rather than certainly stay par with where we're at. What are we looking at, and maybe just at a high level, how much have we lost in terms of real tax dollars through the assessment process using the Bayfront industrial area as an example? I thought Steel Car has been through their own appeal, ArcelorMittal, some of them are now into round 2. As I understand it, we've dealt with appeals from 5 to 10 years ago, and now they're appealing the new figures that have been levied against them by MPAC. So do you or Larry, through you, Mr. Chairman, have any understanding as to what kind of dollar amount we have, what kind of tax level we're living without as a result of these appeals, and subsequently that number, I'm assuming, based on your last answer, has been shifted to the residential tax sector?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then Larry can jump in terms of the total potential impact. I just want to highlight this slide. Again, we discussed the assessment growth and then the decreased assessments that resulted in just a net assessment benefit in 2012 of 0.8%. So, Councillor, to your question around what has been the impact as a result, just in 2012, the loss of that assessment benefit represents approximately $3.1 million in tax revenue in 2012. So just in that particular year, the city, there was a foregone tax benefit of $3.1 million as a result.
Would that be an average for the last 10 years, or did we have some years where that number was substantially higher or lower?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if staff have that information. If not, we can try to provide you the equivalent of that analysis for 2011 and prior years.
I think it's an important statistic to keep in our mind, and speaks to the whole issue again of pressuring the province to change the assessment legislation. We are essentially handcuffed through this process. We're at the mercy of the arbitration route, and we are limiting our losses. And every time there's a dollar that's lost through that appeal process, it is not a neutral process. It is one in which we are losing tax dollars, and those dollars then are being shifted to the residential side, and that has to change. I would ask then through you, Mike, as part of this process, some have suggested, and we see these same stats every year, the residential side of the equation, for as much as we've seen a lot of new investments, and you know, we've seen them on the front of ECDEV's brochures in terms of the some of the Ancaster business park investments. Maple Leaf obviously comes to mind, and and they are certainly helping us limit our losses in terms of what we're experiencing, especially in the lower Bayfront area. But the tax driver, the area that's generating the most revenue for us is the residential class. Those are the 1,000 or so units that we are building through Tony Sergi's group and others, and it's the explosive growth that we've seen in Flamborough. It's the same growth that we've seen in parts of Stony Creek and Glanbrook and Binbrook. We've had some people in our community who've suggested that we just draw a line in the sand and you know, there's the whole issue of sustainability and sprawl. How do you, I guess, deal with the issue of sprawl and sustainability in those 1,000 units if the residential class is the only one that's garnering the city any new tax dollars? How do we grapple with that issue? If we lived with that, if we decided by show of hands today we're not going to live with the province's places to grow, we're not going to have 20 or 30 years worth of land supply, we're not going to plan for that, and we're going to substantially increase the units we want to see in the inner city, which obviously based on our stats, they're occurring, but certainly not in great numbers. What happens to that assessment growth?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Chris wants to jump into the legislative requirements around places to grow, but just from a revenue taxation impact is, I just want to highlight in terms of places to grow, because you'll hear it in our rate budget. We are not budgeting based on places to grow. We are budgeting based on our forecasts around residential and non-res development.
1,000 unit or so,
Yes.
some years 900, other years 11 or 12.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, will range from 1,200 to 1,700 units, single equivalent units. And so I just want to highlight that there was significant risk in terms of budgeting based on places to grow, and council directed staff to review that and to better reflect our budget documents based on our historical trends around growth. So just from a budgeting perspective, again, we are not necessarily budgeting based on places to grow. In terms of assessment growth, we expect going forward, we're going to see the same driver around residential. As Larry's highlighted, in terms of our old industrial, we're seeing a consistent trend in terms of appeals. And as Larry's identified, and as our current budget section reports, at the end of our tax budget process, we come forward with our tax policies, and you'll recall each and every year the restrictions around our tax ratios, especially our large industrial, and the fact that, you know, we are many years away from dealing with that large industrial tax ratio. So we're restricted in terms of shifting that burden onto residential. So just in terms of our 2014 budgets, again, each 1% generates an additional $7.2 million. So without having that positive tax benefit coming from residential, it would translate into a greater burden on our existing property owners.
And is it a safe assumption to make? Maybe it's a break-even scenario at best, but without the Stony Creek, Winona, the Binbrooks, the Flamboroughs, are we in a zero growth situation or a negative growth situation?
In terms of population, through you, Mr. Deputy
In terms
Mayor.
of tax assessment growth?
In terms of which particular areas, I'm not familiar with which particular areas are generating the most, but I think it's safe to assume that the Binbrooks, the Waterdowns, the Stony Creeks are, and we're seeing it. Yep, and we're seeing it in terms of the investments in terms of providing servicing to facilitate that growth. So when you look at our capital budget, which we just discussed, is when you look at those capital plans around development, those are the areas that are requiring the servicing in order to generate that development activity.
They are generating that 0.8 change. They're offsetting all of the challenges that we're facing with the U.S. Steel appeals, the ArcelorMittals, the others.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of classes, it's the residential. I'm not sure what the breakdown is in terms of new growth versus supplementary. So there are some potential benefits in terms of existing housing stock. But absolutely, in terms of the class that we continue to assume will generate the assessment benefits, we could continue to assume it'll be the residential class.
So I guess the $1 million question would be, or maybe greater than that, is how then do you reach a period or a growth plan that is sustainable without relying on the Flamboroughs and the Stony Creeks and the Glanbrooks and the Binbrooks to pay for the new growth that we need to keep our budget going? So we have all kinds of programs downtown. It's great to see the cranes, and we're all proud of the work that everyone around this table and certainly our staff have done to make that happen. But in the absence of those other geographic areas that I just talked about, we're not experiencing any growth. So how does our plan need to change? And it's probably one that's too big of a question simply for you, Mike. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but when you start looking at the numbers, the growth is coming from the outlying areas. It's not coming from within. And that plan to be more sustainable has to be more balanced, and it isn't a balance right now. There's a net loss in the inner area compared to the outer area. How are we changing in that regard and shifting gears?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just an example of a recent conversation you've had around this horseshoe is with the recent announcement around U.S. Steel. That generated some discussion around the value of that land and recognizing the vicinity to the water transportation, rail, road transportation is that's not to say that land does not have value. In fact, when Larry comes before committee to discuss U.S. Steel, I'm sure he will break down the assessed value of the land versus the assessed value of the building. And so that provides some indication of the value of the land. And so going forward is while there's some changes in terms of the utilization of that land, is there may be opportunities going forward in terms of future utilization of that land that could generate some economic benefits. So just specific to that particular area and more recent information, there's one example where while we're seeing some negative trending, that's not to say that there aren't opportunities going forward.
And that basically is, I tried to bring my question full circle to that, and it speaks to this sole importance of getting a plan in place for the lower Bayfront industrial area to address the issue of we have large industrial players who are paying less into the system now, who are employing less people. Many of those companies have hectares of vacant land that's underutilized, and it's hurting us. And so I'm glad you referenced that. And I know that Mr. Murray is aware of that, as is Neil Everson and others, as it relates to the importance of those areas. I just wanted to underscore that as part of this whole process related to revenues, that area is not generating as much as it should, and council needs to put a plan in place that seeks to address those declining numbers and turn those negatives into positives that you have up there. I would like to, at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, come back with some wording to address the issue where the industrial appeals are being foisted upon the residential class. If you can come back to me at the end of the session, I have something in place.
Excellent questions and comments. The city manager would like to comment. Councillor Collins, if he could, please. City manager.
If I can, I'll be brief, Deputy Mayor. Again, I would not lose sight of the investments you have made over the last decade in the waterfront, and not just in making it a great recreational facility, but making it an attractive place for people to come to, but also development to start to evolve. I would say that your transit plans are going to do the same. I mean, I look at Rapid Ready, and certainly it's not just about a matter of moving people around the city more efficiently. These are also corridors which will see development occur around them. It's kind of the basics of urban planning that transportation systems tend to attract development. So I would say the investment you made across the street in the healthcare facility that MAC is building has resulted in some development occurring now as opposed to much later. So, these aren't necessarily home runs, but they are certainly major decisions you've made that are resulting in starting to see growth in our downtown, our waterfront, and our lower city. So yes, the outlying areas continue to shoulder the brunt. But I would say you've made some good decisions to certainly get the tide to turn. Your comment, though, about Brownfield's plan and maybe repositioning the waterfront, that to me is as important as the airport lands that you've made, I think, an important decision to support, and now have gone through all successive appeals, and so we now have more industrial land coming on. It's not all about the suburban areas. It is increasingly more about the lower city and making the right investments to attract development. On the places to grow, I'll just say this to you, the places to grow legislation is being reviewed, and I've been approached by the province to participate on a small working group to assist with that review. I will bring back to this committee the scope of the review that I'm going to participate in, and then obviously there to voice the interests of the City of Hamilton.
Thank you, City Manager. Councillor Collins, I'll come back to you after all the speakers for that separate motion over and above 5.1. Councillor McCaddy, please.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. This is really an eye-opening report. Thanks a lot, Mike, for putting it together, and staff in this. This represents a huge risk to our revenue model if we're thinking in terms of a private corporation and thinking about our risks. This is a tremendous risk based on the revenue model that we have that is a property tax revenue model. So I've just a number of questions that flow from that. Some of them are similar to Councillor Collins. Do we have a sense, Mike, for planning purposes? Are we looking at roughly another decade or so of this kind of activity, the reassessment activity, knowing the reassessment files that have already been through the system and the ones that would be similar? So you would predict that they're going to go in the years ahead. So is this a situation we're likely to be with us until 2020, for example, or perhaps longer? Do we have can we, for planning purposes, again, can we estimate the kind of financial environment the city's going to be in from an assessment perspective in the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then I'll ask Larry to jump in. And just in terms of the fact that on an ongoing basis, we always expect there will be some appeals and write-downs, there's demolition of property, so there'll always be some assessment growth and there'll always be some deletion of properties from the rolls or successful assessment considerations that going forward, this will be the norm in terms of there will always be benefits and there'll always be partial write-downs from that. I think the question really is the risk. What is our risk going to continue at the same pace that we've seen recently? In 2000, and as we were bringing forward our 2012 disposition of our surplus report, we identified a list of appeals that we felt that there were some risk and required some setting aside of an allowance given the risk of those appeals. So Larry's most familiar with that list, so I'll ask Larry in a second if he can speak to the list given the volume of appeals and whether or not we're forecasting that same volume will continue or whether or not we've seen most of those appeals either identified as part of the up from 2006 to 2013, recognizing most of them were 2009 to 2013. But coming back to 2012 year end, we had to set aside funding out of our 2012 year end surplus because of the risk that we felt in terms of write-down. So those are appeals that were from 2009 to 2012. And I believe in total was approximately 25 million. Larry, was our allowance for write-downs as part of that disposition. But in terms of the list, and I just want to highlight the efforts of our taxation staff, because this does not go unreviewed. A lot of attention is given to it. They monitor each one of the appeals and they try to assess the risk based on impacts valuation and the property owner's appeal value. So maybe Larry can speak to the ongoing list and the potential
for the same volume of appeals or dollar impacts of those appeals going forward.
Larry, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. It is an ongoing issue with a number of companies. We see appeals, MPAC gets involved, we reach a settlement, and we figure, okay, now going forward, they're going to have the value right. It doesn't happen. They appeal. The new assessment comes out. The first thing that happens is there's property tax consultants out there banging on doors. Let me look at your books. I think I can get you more money. So we're right at it again. Is our risk a little more diminished? Possibly, depending on how MPAC has valued the next reassessment cycle. As long as MPAC hasn't gone in and changed the valuation methodology, for example, that can lead to a large challenge, then hopefully they've got most of the issues dealt with, and now they're dealing with some sub-issues that could lead to further reductions. They have what they call an automated costing module at MPAC, and for a company like ArcelorMittal or U.S. Steel, it's thousands of pages, and it can be anything from the thickness of the cement floor to the steel building, how it's clad, to the type of heating that the building has, and it all can be challenged, and it all has value. So part of our recommendation is, let's get everything on the table. Let's get these things settled. Let's have them looked at. Get us to a point where everyone agrees on a value, and then going forward, at least we can depend on our budgeting. But for them to challenge, the first 200 pages of it during this assessment cycle, get a settlement, go away, come back the next assessment cycle, look at the next 200 pages, find some more issues, challenge those. It's just an ongoing type of scenario where we're looking and fighting the same fight almost every reassessment. So we're hoping with these recommendations that the province could set some standards. I mean, let's get some standards in there that everyone can agree on, that we could get these valuations that aren't subject to these great fluctuations in value.
Councillor?
Thanks, Larry. So it seems to me that we should try and plan for this in some way over a longer period of time. And I guess where I'm going with this, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and it's again a large question we're not going to deal with today, but I'm just wondering about the sustainability of our revenue model, which is based on the property tax and trying to attract new business to Hamilton, and building permits and all the costs associated with development versus the revenues. When the revenues come in, how iffy those revenues are given the reassessment issue. So I guess what I'm wondering, whether when things aren't working for you, that old adage, you don't want to keep doing the same thing. So do we, I think that's one of your quotes. So I thought it was Whitehead that said that, but Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I'm just wondering, Mike, as our CFO, as a person providing financial advice to the corporation, do we really need to look at our revenue model and what we know what parts are at risk in terms of the reassessment, but the slide about the assessment growth versus the building permits, and it's $1 billion in building permits, but the net positive impact of that is significantly less. And I'd go on and make it more complicated by saying, how does our revenue model affect our OW rates? How does our revenue model affect our housing wait list? How does our revenue model affect our poverty numbers? And then how does investment in business parks and the whole planning model that we have, the property tax generation model, how does that affect Hamilton's economy? Are there other ways to raise revenues that would be better for Hamilton and specifically for us, of course? And at what point are we forced to go to the province to say we need a City of Hamilton Act, we need different ways to raise revenue because the property tax model is not working for us? for the reasons we're talking about today. So we need to look at some of the revenue tools that Toronto has. And obviously, more taxation is never a positive thing, but if the current model's not working, and it may not be working through the next 5, 6, 7 years, and I don't know how far in the future we can predict this kind of behavior, not to mention all the subsidies associated with growth and with the land use planning model we have and the economic development model we have. Is anybody looking at that kind of a really large picture, Mr. Deputy Mayor? Or can we do that in the weeks and months ahead to reduce the risk that we have and become prepared to protect the revenues or to increase revenues in a different way than we traditionally have?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's a great question, very complex set of issues, and timing-wise, the councillor raises a number of issues that just, it just happens that the province in part are engaging municipalities as well as developers and others around development charges. One of to the councillor's comment around revenues and in terms of financial impact to the corporation, absolutely, is part of staff's feedback to the province will be around development charges and development charge exemptions and service standards. We have those discussions here at committee around the service level standards as it relates to transit and how that creates some challenges going forward, as well as development charge exemptions. On the wastewater budget, we fund development charge exemptions. There's, I believe, somewhere in the area, $8 million built in to the water and wastewater budgets where we charge existing property owners to fund those DC exemptions. On the tax-supported side, we do not fund those DC exemptions. We haven't the capacity to fund those DC exemptions. So those are some of the discussions that are ongoing. In my presentation, I cited that 22% of the building permit values are from institutional, and while they may be fully exempt or subject to PILs, part of the discussion is what value do those positions and those facilities provide to the community in terms of average incomes, and so we know we benefit from those healthcare, education type positions in terms of their compensation, in terms of the value that provides to the local economy in terms of direct investments as well as indirect and spin-offs. So some of those discussions are occurring in terms of the local impacts. Whether or not it's all coming together as one comprehensive, I think it's forming some of our discussions, but I'm not sure that there's one comprehensive review that's taking all of those factors into consideration and trying to gauge what the local impact of all those issues are.
Well, Mr. Deputy Mayor, obviously a very complicated question, but from a strategic perspective, council's strategic direction, the city's strategic direction, it seems to me we need to take it a bit further, if we can, to determine whether we just carry on as we have, the building permit, assessment model, new development, that whole model, or whether there's other models that we need to pursue. And the last question, if I can, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Chris, just on places to grow, it was raised, if I recall correctly, the population numbers they suggested for us were 690,000 by 2030, was it? 2031. And given, if we stick with the same model, our current our revenue model is based largely on residential, new residential, which means, that the more population you have, the more houses, the more residential, the more property taxes coming from residential. So I was wondering about your comment, Chris, that you're going to talk to the province about places to grow, but I just want to understand, I don't think the population number of 690,000 is a bad thing, given that revenue model that we have. So just wondering what you're thinking of saying to the province. And then whether, from a strategic perspective, we should be developing some kind of a plan to attract that many more people to Hamilton to meet that forecast or some similar number, because our revenue is based on on our numbers need to increase in order to continue to fund our budget each year. Just trying to understand your thoughts on that, Chris.
City Manager?
Sure. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm kind of at a point where I probably have more questions for the Growth Secretariat who's overseeing this legislative review than answers at this point. So the ADM of the Growth Secretariat, in fact, is going to be here next month meeting with us to get a better handle on what's happening in Hamilton. There's certainly lots of news hitting Queen's Park, and so he wants to come and meet with some senior staff. I'm going to be using that opportunity to ask him some more questions about the direction that the growth plan review is going to go in, and raise some of what we've heard here today, and certainly what we've heard in the past about their projections for Hamilton. So I don't have a definitive answer right now. It's for me. It's I still have questions I have to ask them, but. This is, I think, what you're talking about here, though, the large complex issues that you're raising here today. I mean, a lot of what we come up with, obviously, is going to have to be factored into whatever government relations strategy we develop. I mean, right now, our government relations strategy is focused on transportation, infrastructure, housing, and AODA. So very kind of, straightforward compartments, if you will. We have not really broadened it to talk about, how Hamilton grows and the implications. And so that's something that I think, we should maybe raise as maybe a topic for us to strategize on, of which, legislation like Places to Grow has a bearing, as does development charges have a bearing, as maybe our own legislation would have a bearing. So, the simple truth is that we have not developed that kind of comprehensive strategy yet, although I can certainly see in light of what Mike's talking to you today about when we start thinking about our future in this way that we absolutely do need a strategy that this council can support and can action through good government relations work. So it's not a great answer, but that's kind of where our heads are at right now.
Thank you, City Manager.
Yeah, certainly look forward to more discussion about that. It seems, especially in light of today, to be absolutely critical for our future. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McCaddy. Councillor Marula, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And one common theme throughout this, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is consistent with one thing that we all recognize and understand now. And we are simply in a situation where there's a systemic legislated assault on municipalities by the province of Ontario. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we go back 12 years, maybe even 13 years, I can recall at that time, the business tax reduction program, which I violently opposed, was sold to us as a bill of goods to, in essence, not only maintain the local business, but actually attract the business. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I recall correctly, that was a $100 million a year shift from the industrial commercial class onto the residential component annualized. So through you, could you just elaborate on the business tax reduction program?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't recall what the total investment through the BTR business tax reduction program was, but it was, as Councillor Marula points out, it was tax dollars that were directed to try to reduce those tax ratios in those specific sectors and try to provide some financial relief to those specific sectors in those commercial industrial sectors.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when you combine, based on my recollection, I'm sure, and it's very well documented, it was a shift of about $100 million a year. It was over a 10-year period. So you're looking at about $1 billion. So that is now a legislated responsibility that we had to comply with in order to meet provincial guidelines. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that $1 billion ended up on the backs of the seniors and the working people of the city. Now we have a scenario where those same corporate entities are being taxed, and now they found another vehicle that's legislated to basically double dip on the reduction of the business tax category. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and how much would that cost on an annual basis based on what we've seen to date?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's one of the reports or additional information we'll provide in terms of what those impacts have been. We identified 2012 in terms of the reassessment. The impact is $3.1 million in 2012.
Okay. So when we incorporate the $1 billion of the business tax reduction fiasco and attack on the local residents, and you incorporate the MPAC legislative responsibility and that attack on our local residents, then you include the downloading of 20% or $600 per household. Over and above that, our lack of line-by-line authority over the police budget. And over and above that, we have the scenario of AOD responsibilities. And over and above that, we're actually providing public transportation for education purposes, so specialized HSR buses for schools. This madness and sustainability or insustainability needs to be tackled sooner rather than later. And I know that during the Fairness to Hamilton campaign, we have an independent auditor as a result of Councillor Clark's a concept of trying to deal with the combative nature of the discrepancy between the province calling us liars and the fact that they really are liars, and then looking at what's before us. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we need to incorporate all of this into our argument with respect to who does what in this province and how we can legislatively become sustainable. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mike, with respect to the sustainability issue, clearly there are layers upon layers upon layers of downloading, the actual downloading versus the subtle downloading, such as what we're talking about today. We need to put that all into one envelope and find out what the actual impact is per household, because it is a staggering number. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we know about the business tax reduction, we know about the downloading issues. We need to incorporate this component as well. So when will this report be ready, and will it be ready for our Hamilton Day, where we're lobbying the minister upon reflecting on the independent report?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of what Councillor Morales referred to as in terms of all the impacts, legislative impacts, whether they're mandated around, social services, public health, land, ambulance, police, or around, the setting of development charges, and that. We do have a report coming forward to committee December the 4th. On our mandated programs. And so it will carry on from our discussion, I believe it was 2010, around the local impact of mandated programs. As well, beyond that report, each year, staff prepare their tax policy report. It speaks to the tax ratios, and again, some of the information that Councillor Collins and Councillor McCaddy referred to in terms of those tax ratios and how they preclude the municipality from shifting some of those impacts within classes. That forms part of that presentation, which I would expect would be delivered in April in time of the passing of the tax-supported budget.
Okay. And I look forward to that, because the staggering amount of impact on our residential taxpayer based on the systemic legislated assault is something that needs to continually be exposed. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when you look at really the pros and cons that we have, we've talked about the cons. They're all legislated. BTR, MPAC appeals, police budgets, downloading, AODA. And then you look at what really has given us some sort of light in the tunnel in all of this. Amalgamation, the expressway, aerotropolis, and the urbanization associated with the links to the highways. So if you look at our growth, as Councillor Collins referred to, you look at the fact that really from the older part of the city, there has not been an increase from a financial perspective, had it not been for the suburban aspect through amalgamation. And when you incorporate the expressway as well and the tie into that assessment-based increase, the situation would be very, very bleak in Hamilton today, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, had the amalgamation and expressway not been pursued. And I'm wondering, I know that a report was issued or drafted with respect to what that number is, and I'm not sure if I can recall exactly if it has been drafted and presented, but I'm looking for the actual amount of assessment growth directly associated to the expressway.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we would have to recall that report. I'm not sure if it was 2012 report. I recall the report, and we can recall the report that identified what the assessment benefit was to the community from that investment.
Right. So I guess my point is when you look at the fact that with these appeals and all of those legislative assaults on us, this city, had it not been for amalgamation, would be faced with a significant, staggering future, potentially, had it not been incorporated. Is that correct, would you say?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of the tax burden, the flexibility that's been provided through us, in terms of now the new City of Hamilton, there's been a benefit in terms of where we've seen growth within the new City of Hamilton, as well as more recently, while we've seen traditional growth in the suburban area, and I don't want to lose sight of more recent trends which are positive, is we've seen some positive trending in areas, wards 1, 2, and 3 around reassessment. And I just don't want to lose sight of it because we focused on the industrial and the suburban. And today in your agenda 5.2, sorry to go on, but 5.2 speaks around downtown and the incentive programs. And I don't want to lose sight of that report identifies a net tax benefit of those incentive programs.
And granted, and Ward 4 is part of that whole renaissance with the Center Mall and so on. I understand that. But when you look at the actual revenue, and you look at the impact assessment appeals, and you look at the BTR aspect and that shift, and you look at where the growth is and where it's going to continue to go as a direct result of our investment in the expressway, which is in the outlying areas, and you look at cities like Buffalo, Cleveland, other cities that are regional rather than amalgamated, they're faced with some Detroit, as an example, they're faced with staggering futures or negative futures as a result of lack of that amalgamation. So when you're looking at it from that perspective, would you concur that we're in better shape today than we would be under a regional system?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to compare Detroit, because the councillor made reference to Detroit, absolutely. When you look at that Detroit model, where it's the donut, everyone fled the former city of Detroit. They had to introduce flat taxes to try to generate some revenue for the former city of Detroit against the suburban areas. Is the experiences within the city of Hamilton over the last decade, while we've seen some initial burden in the suburbs, what we're seeing is some favorable trending where we're seeing some additional assessment growth in the lower city. So that would suggest that those investments are leading to a healthier overall city.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that was exactly my point. So even in the face of the systemic legislative assault, fortunately, this council and previous councils had the courage to not only pursue amalgamation, not only pursue the expressway, not only pursue the aerotropolis, but also the fact that all of those decisions led to the urbanization that we're experiencing today, even in the face of the province continually assaulting us and the necessary changes that are needed from a sustainability perspective from the provincial level. So I look forward to all of this being part of the envelope and going forward and dealing with the province, because the systemic legislative assault on municipalities must end sooner rather than later, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Councillor Marilla. Appreciate all the comments. Mayor Bertina, please.
Thank you. I think Council will take some encouragement in the fact that our local provincial representatives, including Andrea Horvath, are well aware of the impact situation, and I believe are making plans to legislatively address that. So I had a very good conversation with MPP and Leader Horvath on this very subject. So hopefully something good will come. Mike, I appreciate your attempt to address complex questions because it's not simple. There are other ways that you can look at taxation, Mr. Speaker. One of them is a taxation per acre. And some very interesting models have been established, especially in the United States. And they point out, and don't take these numbers specifically, you just use them for range purposes. A suburban residential area, let's say it's 10 houses an acre, 20 houses an acre. If it's $3,000 a house, times 10 is $60,000, or times 20 is $120,000. An urban mixed-use high-rise project, such as we see right over here, $1.9 million an acre. So on that acre over there with the Hilton, the 25-story Bella Towers, and the Federal Building, we should see something approaching $1 million in new taxes. And would I be far out of line, if I could ask through to Larry, on projects like that? Is there a possible ballpark figure that you could give us in terms of what that might generate?
Larry?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Mayor, I know we've done some estimates on the developments, the Hilton end, and I'm not sure if Neil, do you?
In item 5.2 later on? Okay.
Okay, so
I don't want to tell you it's going to be $1 million when it's not going to be $1 million. It's in the report, or I can get that information on our estimates to you.
I think you take my point, though, that an acre of that level of development versus 20 homes in a suburban, the difference is huge. And for instance, in this taxation per acre model, a big box retail store would be $8,000 an acre. So the other interesting point is, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is that the cost, the time to pay back the infrastructure costs on what we have across the street would be, according to their model, about 3 years. The infrastructure payback costs on the suburban development model is about 42 years. And since the life cycle is 40 years, it's out of balance. So there are a lot of complicated things that we can't answer glibly here. We have to do a lot of research and break numbers down. But the final thing I would ask through you to Mike is, when will we see the city's increased real estate values reflected in better numbers? Because I know it takes a while, but homes around on my street have gone up triple in the 5-6 years that I've lived there. So what through you would how would that react?
Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the Mayor, in terms of, I just want to make clear, because there's some misunderstanding around how the city reflects through each reassessment period the impact. So as values go up, the assessed value goes up, our tax rate goes down. It needs to be revenue neutral. But to the Mayor's point around where there is some higher than average increases in reassessment, again, we saw that in wards 1, 2, and 3 in our last reassessment cycle. So positive data that aligns to council's decisions around investments in the downtown urban growth area. And to the Mayor's previous comment around mixed use, absolutely. Right now there are a number of studies that are looking at the most sustainable form of development, and preliminary suggestions is that mixed use model leads to the most sustainable form of development. But I believe there will be more attention in the next 3 to 5 years in terms of the sustainability of development going forward and the forms of development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Whitehead is my last questioner or speaker, please.
Thank you. I guess I'm having a struggle with the whole assessment impact issue. We have a tax regime that capped industrial, commercial by the province of Ontario. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we had tax ratios. And because of those tax ratios, I think our commercial is no longer outside. So some decisions some years back, we were able to bring the commercial tax ratio to the level that allowed us to pass the burn onto commercial. And then in the last, I can't recall how many consecutive years the province has allowed, and they make this decision annually, allows us to pass on 50% of the residential impact onto our commercial industrial. And I can't recall how many consecutive years that's been going on, but they have provided some of that flexibility.
My point is there's been a capping in regards to meeting the medium, the provincial medium on industrial, commercial. We already surpassed the medium on commercial. Have we surpassed the medium on industrial?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, our large industrial, we're far above that tax ratio, so we can't pass any of the change in tax onto that class. And I'm turning to Maria, our industrial, I'm not sure where we are in terms of our ratio. Standard industrial there.
Maria, please. Come to the microphone, please, Maria. Maria DeSanto, welcome.
Deputy Mayor. The provincial threshold ratio for the industrial class as a whole is 2.63, and we're above both in the standard industrial and in the large industrial. So we're able to pass on only half of the budgetary increase to those classes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
and I appreciate that's the current information, but my point is there was a regime that limited what we can do in regards to the tax transference based on the capping, correct?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, those are the threshold ratios Maria has referred to.
Okay, so if we can cap increases in we, being the province of Ontario, I should be saying, the province dictates that capping in regards to not impacting or putting any more burden on those particular tax regimes, sectors, then why on impact can we not do the same in regards to capping the decrease as a result of assessment appeals? I mean, it seems to me that we get penalized on this side because we can't transfer because it's capped, but there's no capping on, or even consideration of capping, and it has a huge negative impact in regards to the city. So I don't know why it doesn't cut both ways. Has there been any discussion at your level or with your organization provincially about taking that type of approach?
Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in fact, the issue that the councillors referred to, that tax threshold, it is the same issue that prevents us from shifting the impact of the reassessments as we're restricted from passing on the full tax impact onto our standard industrial and large industrial. It's that tax threshold and the fact that we're above that provincial tax threshold that prevents us, again, from shifting the impacts of the tax reassessments onto those classes. So it's the same issue. Each year as we bring forward our tax policy report, we highlight that for committee's consideration at that time. We could review some further recommendations as it relates to those thresholds as to options for the province to consider that prevents or that would allow us to fully flow the tax and reassessment impacts onto those classes. But again, it would require legislative changes in terms of those thresholds.
Are we aware of what's happening in other municipalities in that regard? And is there a position paper, white paper, or a position taken by AMO currently on this issue?
So in terms, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, our staff report identify other comparator municipalities in terms of where they are as it relates to those thresholds as well. So that's part of our report. I can't speak to whether or not it is a discussion item at AMO or other association. I'm just not familiar as to whether or not it is on their agenda.
Okay, appreciate that. Can you let me know what the residential, the single home residential, what has that generated in assessment growth? And then can we separate out multi-dwelling units, and what percentage does that represent in that overall number? So I just want to put a perspective here that seems to be sort of touched around and danced around here. I just want to put it in perspective.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of 2012, what we tried to do is capture, and if the councillor is looking for specific property classes within residential, we can try to provide that information. You can see residential, the impact was favorable, $6 million. Multi-res, as Larry identified, some of that is a transition. Some of that multi-res, the negative impact is reflected in those properties moving to condo corps that would contribute to that $6 million, and then you can see the breakdown of the impact in the commercial, industrial, and other classes. But again, if there's some specific property classes within residential that the councillor is looking for in terms of single, we can try to provide that breakdown.
I think I'm trying to get an understanding. If I was doing a snapshot right now, maybe even the last 2 years, if I broke down the residential assessment growth, I'm just talking growth now, and I take the new multi-residential growth, what is the percentage? So what has the new residential growth contributed, and what has the new multi-residential produced?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd have to try to provide that information. I'd ask staff to, in terms of not only percentages, dollar values as well.
Yeah, I just want to put it in perspective because it's great. We understand that multi-residential and per square footage, you're utilizing services, you're generating taxes, and it's a great place to go. But you can lead developers to the water, but you can't force them to drink. They're going to choose whatever's best interest in them in regards to the economy and cost of build. And that's why you don't put all eggs in one basket. That's why it's great what's taking place here, because there seems to be good things happening in the lower city, as well as obviously significant growth surrounding the city. So there's a good balance. That's the kind of balance you want to maintain. The other question I was going to ask is similar to Councillor Marula. I mean, Red Hill Expressway, the argument was it was going to cost us, there's environmental issues and so forth, but clearly we've had not only significant assessment growth as a result of the Red Hill Expressway, but we still have a lot more opportunity as a result of the expressway. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of the reports that, again, we will try to bring that reports, bring it back to committee. In terms of the assessment benefit, so there was a positive assessment benefit that staff reported in terms of the current level of development in the Red Hill Industrial Park. I'm not sure what the vacancy level is in the Red Hill Industrial Park in terms of potential further tax or assessment benefits.
Neil, any quick comment on that, please?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we still have about another 240 acres remaining in that park.
Okay, that's great. Now, when I look at the air traverse, I was glad that we were successful in the OMB appeal. Maybe this is a question for Neil. What is the opportunity cost that we're estimating in regards to tax generation from that area? Done an assessment yet?
Neil?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't believe we have an estimate on that yet. We just, finally with the OMB hearing, we now have an acreage number to work with.
But it's safe to say that there's going to be a huge opportunity in regards to tax generation for this community. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, that is, once the Red Hill Business Park is fully absorbed, then as soon as we service that, that's the last place for greenfield development within the city of Hamilton.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Thank you, Neil. Thanks, Councillor Whitehead. Mike, thank you so much. 2 outstanding presentations today. You've been terrific. Okay, so members of committee, move to receive Mike's presentation on tax appeals. Councillor Farr, Councillor Whitehead, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Report 5.1. I'll get to you in a minute, Councillor Collins. Report 5.1, items A through G. A mover and a seconder on tax appeals. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Collins, your separate motion, please.
And it would read, Mr. Chairman, that the province of Ontario be petitioned to change the legislation related to shifting successful industrial commercial tax appeals to the residential sector, and that the province of Ontario be petitioned to make changes to the tax capping system that artificially limits increases to the commercial industrial sectors, and that staff prepare a comprehensive information package detailing the aforementioned matters, and that the information be forwarded to the appropriate provincial ministries, Ontario's Ombudsman, all the 3 leaders of Ontario's provincial parties, AMO, and all local MPPs.
Most importantly, staff, it's understood. The complexity of that. Committee's understood. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. That was seconded by Councillor Marula, you said? Councillor Collins? Right. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Members of committee, information report 5.2. Glenn Norton is here. Neil is here about the urban growth in the downtown. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you. I think this report follows nicely with the report we just had, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. I think it's a positive report, and particularly when we look at what's before us as an annualized roughly $3 million when you add up 208 to 212 and then post 212 with the list that we see on page 5 of 5. I liked hearing Chris Murray, our city manager, speaking to the inner city, and he said, quote, "We made good decisions to get the tide to turn, end quote. And I think we've maintained that philosophy throughout this term of council. I'm most proud to be affiliated to that sort of dedication around this horseshoe, and I'm glad to hear our city manager make that statement just a few moments ago. Quite obviously, it's to Neil Everson through you. Neil, and I just thought maybe a good start would be, you've been here, I think, over a quarter of a century, and as it relates to this report, Hamilton Downtown Urban Growth Center municipal taxes for the years 2008 to 2012, have you seen anything like this in your time? And maybe part B, speak to, if you will, through the Deputy Mayor, the recession in 2008 and those numbers that we saw early in this report.
When you said this century, it's only 12 years old, Neil, so you're fine. Carry on, Neil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That makes me feel better. Yes, I can certainly tell you, and Councillor Jackson's been here equally as long, that in 25 years have not
I throw you a compliment, you toss that back. All right, thanks, Mr. Everson. Carry on. We'll be more professional from now on.
Talking about those 12 years. No.
Carry on.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, actually, I do not recall ever seeing building permit growth and the variety of building permits located throughout the downtown core, and we certainly know what's happening in the downtown core is also spurring development on the perimeter outside the CIP. So, to that question, I have not seen anything like this since I've been here the last 3 to 4 years. That's occurring in downtown. And to your question about the recession, as we know, that broke in 2008. I think Hamilton was one of the few communities that continued to demonstrate growth through the recession, and even though it technically ended in 2010, we know it was still around in 2011. So a lot of the developments we have seen in the downtown occurred during that time period, which is really quite remarkable. So to your question, Councillor, I think we can be very proud of what happened during that recession, and the numbers here, I think, support that.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Neil. Auxiliary stimulating factors. You kind of alluded to the developments outside of the CIPA. We can think of some obvious ones in the Duran, of course, Paikin, 3 phases, on well into phase 2 now, the Whitten Lofts. But in addition to what we saw, Whitten Lofts now part of the CIPA, but we're talking about in this report when we look at 208 to 212, prior to this council's decision, a much more condensed CIPA, Queen to Hunter, Wellington to Queen, Hunter to Cannon. We obviously expanded that and focusing now on all downtowns too, which is great decision making, I think, by this body as well. So other included with some outside the CIPA, as it was addressed in this report, there's been developments. There's also been things like grocery stores and restaurants to the Lister, and those things they're measurable, I guess, but they're not part of this report, but significant, I would assume. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Neil.
Neil?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, absolutely significant. I mean, we had the grocery store incentive in place, which we didn't have to use, and there's 55,000 square feet now occupied in Jackson Square that wasn't there. And so, on top of obviously the taxes that would accrue from that, there was certainly the employment that was a great contributor. We've also seen, as you saw in the recent call center announcements, we've seen offices starting to increase again as well downtown. And I think that really tries to get at your point, Councillor Farr.
Do we have that? I know I saw an email not long ago through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The job growth, I think you just alluded to. So do we have a number on that for 2012?
If I might jump in, Mr. Deputy Mayor, with that?
Yes. Yeah, please.
So the number we released, Urban Renewal Section does a survey every summer. So the growth from summer to summer, 2012 to 2013, was 435 new jobs downtown in that 1 year period.
It's fabulous news. Okay, and then back to this report, and just to finally, because it speaks for itself, it's brief, it answers a question I believe we had from this committee, and so thanks for bringing it back to us in a timely fashion, Neil and Glenn and others who are behind this report. The lag effect. So we see on page 5 of 5, total additional projects. They're all listed here. I think our mayor alluded to a few of these addresses earlier and what they mean annualized to not just the downtown or the downtowns, but the city as a whole. If we take into account this lag effect and do the math, give us a synopsis, a general synopsis of the future through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Glenn, please, can you do that for us?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So as you've seen, the lag effect, the ones that are currently under construction, haven't been reassessed yet, will generate approximately $1.5 million a year. The ones in the earlier page from 2008 to 2012, again, coincidentally, $1.5 million a year. So between those, that's $3 million a year. Now that's just within the Urban Growth Center. This report was specific to that, so it's not even the CIPA anymore. CIPA was expanded. If we add in other projects, just for an example, we have estimated with the assistance of finance what the tax impact is of some of the other developments around here that have been affected by the downtown revitalization. Mr. Pakin's beautiful project over here on the old Thistle Club side that you mentioned is approximately $500,000 a year. Witten Lofts is just over $100,000 a year. Stinson School Lofts is over $200,000 a year. And when the Connaught goes, all bets are off. That one by the back of the envelope is between $2.6 and $3 million a year when the project is fully built out. Wow. So these are just the specific projects. That does not include any reassessment of other properties that increase in value as a result of the properties around them going up. And that only gets picked up, again, we come back to the lag effect. As you know, commercial properties for retail and office are assessed based on the income method. The income follows the investment by a few years, usually. So it's coming down the road, and the number is big.
Thank you, and thanks again to staff for compiling this report as an answer to, I believe it was Councillor Ferguson who was looking for this information, and certainly I'll look forward to having a chat with Councillor Ferguson when he returns. So I'll listen to some more questions. I may have comments, I may not, but this is all good stuff. Thanks, Mr. Deputy.
Thanks, Councillor Farr. Members of the committee, Councillor Whitehead, you're next. I'm holding on to quorum by a thread. The mayor has pending city business. So Councillor Whitehead, and this is the last report. Councillor Whitehead, please.
Okay, thank you. Can I understand this then? It was $4.6 million in grants, $2.9 million in loans, resulted in $1.48 or $1,481,000 in taxes. Yep. Wait to see where.
Councillor Whitehead wants someone from staff to confirm that, please. Who's going to confirm that? Mike, Glenn, please.
Go ahead.
Glenn?
So if we want to do an apples to apples comparison, which I suggest is what the councillor is pointing at, absolutely. You could add from inception, so we're on top of page 5 here. Since inception of those two major programs downtown, $4 million has been given out in the tax reduction grants, and the cost of the loans, including the one default, is $2.9. So $6.9 million has been out, and then on the revenue side, cumulative, since inception for the exact same time frame, $8.4 million. So you council have made a profit on your investment of $1.5 million to date. The good news is that number goes up now exponentially because most of those projects are at the end of their 5 or even some of them had 10-year tax abatement programs. So the number now rises to the full $1.4 million a year.
Thank you, Glenn. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I'm still, I asked a question, I was hoping I'd get the answer, and I don't know if I got something broader than the answer I was looking for. I'm trying to I'm just trying to match up the numbers, Glenn, so I don't need a... So I'm trying to understand, you got approximately 4 million grants has been paid under the Hamilton Tax Increment Grant Program since the inception of the program. Total grants for the completed projects are estimated at 4.6. So is that 8.6 or is that 4.6 million?
That will be 4.6.
So it's not 8.6?
No,
okay.
Sorry.
So that 4.6, that applies to the first chart or both charts that I see in front of me here?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, both charts.
Both charts? Because the other one isn't completed yet.
That's correct. That's why it's an estimate.
Okay, let me try to understand this again. So the 4.6 isn't spent, if you haven't, if it's not producing? I thought there was a, the way the grant worked was that they get a chunk of it at completion. So is this 4.6 spent, or is it earmarked?
Glenn, please.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So remember how these work is the applicant has to pay their taxes first, and then we give them the tax rebate. So, and again, if we need to get to the specifics of how the number is calculated, we will refer to the authors of the report. Just to be clear, Finance prepared this, and I think I understand exactly what they're saying is that the 4.6 is what it will be. Total grants for those completed projects will be 4.6. Am I correct? Thank you. So Maria and Tom have confirmed that it will be. It's
Okay,
4 so far.
So if I do that, then that 4.6 is produced on an annualized basis, 1.481 million. Is that correct?
No, 3 million.
Well, that's not what it says here on this chart.
So I'll turn it over to, it's both charts. It's the original one is already done.
Okay, let's go back again. One is, it says clearly here, these projects are projects underway. Is that correct? The second page, the page 5 of 5. Not yet completed or assessed.
That's right.
Okay.
Correct.
Now I asked, the 4.6, since this hasn't been done, completed, or assessed, I'm understanding the 4.6 is spent. That equates to the first chart, which are completed projects at 1.481. Is that correct?
So let's refer to the authors of the report and get the correct number. So if we could ask Maria or Tom to clarify.
Maria, could you come back, please, to the microphone? Help the councillor out here so we're all clear.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. All right, let's see, hopefully I can simplify this. The properties on page 4, there are 16 properties in there that qualify for that grant. To date, they've received $4 million. Some of them have finished, but some of them are continuing, and it's estimated that up until they finish the grant, the amount would go up to 4.6.
Okay, so the completed projects represents 1.481 million annualized taxes. Is that correct, Maria?
Correct.
Thank you.
Good.
That's what I thought.
Good.
So, so the next question I have is, if we didn't have that incentive program, well, first of all, I guess the question is, we generated, I think up here, $6 million last year. Was there any incentive program or grant for that 6 million, whatever, plus on residential?
Can I answer that, please? Maria, are you clear on what the councillor's asking?
Sorry, no, not exactly.
Could you reword that, Terry, please? Ask that again.
Well, there's a chart up here, and I'm just wondering on the residential, the 6 million there, was there any grants, loans that were provided to generate the 6 million in taxes on the residential?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if there's any properties here that are residential, which they are, they would go into, be part of that number, just for that 1 year. So that's for 2012. These properties, if there was a residential component on there, which there is, and the growth related to 2012 would be identified in that chart.
Okay, but is it safe to assume that the majority of that 6 million, probably 99.9% of it, was without grants, without incentives?
I would know.
Mike, we might just need your further help here on this. With all respect to everyone else, I think I'm understanding, interpreting where the councillor's going with this. Incentives to generate something downtown, but overall, to get 6 million, no incentives needed. I think that's where he's going. Mike?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that's how I'm understanding it. If the councillor's question is, of that $6 million, how much of that is represented by downtown residential projects that might have leveraged some of the grant funding, I would say a majority of that is outside of the projects that receive funding under the downtown residential program.
Thank you. That's what I thought. So my last question is, I guess it's to Glenn through the Deputy Mayor. If we didn't have these incentive programs, if we did not have the loan program, would we see the great results that we're seeing now?
Glenn, that's a nice softball for you, please.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, I'd say absolutely not. We ask the developers, because we're trying to determine when to end these programs. Are we there yet? Can we stop these? And the answer is clearly no. The economics are not yet there to build with the additional costs that are involved in downtown. The incentives are still needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead. Appreciate it. Thank you, Glenn, Maria, and Mike. All right, no other questioners on 5.2. Councillor Pearson to receive. Councillor Pasuta, seconder. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Any other business members of committee? Motion to adjourn. Councillor Farr, Pearson, all in favor? Carried. Thank you so much, members of GIC, the 9 of you, 10 of you that hung in there the last few hours. Thank you, Carolyn, always for guiding us. Thank you.